is always running. That can't be the one to go. So I just can't run my microwave and water heater at the same time.
So, Raven, how goes this week's adventures in Total War Warhammer 2?
Get ignored.
Seriously, feeling the pain.
I mean, Raven is muted, so that probably implies he's AFK.
Well, he usually mutes himself when he gets here just because he doesn't want to, accidentally, have us hear him beating his roommates or something, whatever the fuck he does. The domestic violence that goes on in the Raven household. I don't even know what his living situation is like. I'm just making this shit up out the whole cloth.
It's clearly a domestic violence situation now.
I mean, till someone says otherwise. So I will say that I saw that Baldur's Gate 3 and Solasta both got like patches in the recent history, but I'm like, I can't play these games while they're in early access because that just it ruins the whole thing for me. Like I'll play the prologue or like the 1 or 2 acts that are available or whatever, but you have to restart when it comes out because like they might have added stuff, and I never enjoy replaying the first act again the second time.
Early access games don't exist. Can't convince me otherwise.
Just annoys me seeing those games in early access for like 2 fucking years. It's like you could have just started hyping it up like a year later and then sold me the game after like a year of advertising or something. But no, you just gotta sit on my wish list till I watch the early access go away, and then I gotta wait for like a year anyway because early access games that leave early access are never actually finished.
And the worst part about early access is all the people, like any game that has any kind of multiplayer, whether it's competitive or match made or just, you play with other people, everybody plays it before it ever gets out of early access. It comes out early access and then no one plays it. And so it's like, if you wait, I hate early access.
Thing is, early access works because people are willing to give money for games that aren't finished. So it's like, come on, guys. If you just don't give the money until the game's done, you'll get a done game in like the same amount of time. Sooner, perhaps.
Unless they don't have enough money to make the game altogether.
Then
like,
you get
early access for some of the indie games. It's like whatever. It's like just like using Patreon or some shit, which also doesn't work for game development, or Kickstarter, which also tends not to work for video game development. But whatever. Although I guess I actually prefer Kickstarter compared to because Kickstarter is basically pre-ordering with risks. Because like I kickstarted the Wrath of the Righteous, the Pathfinder game, or whatever. It's like, but like they're not taunting me to play it now. They're like, no. If you wanted to pay extra money, you could play it in alpha because we're scamming motherfuckers. But you who just ordered the game digitally, you'll get it when it's done. And I'm just like, all right, good. I'm to think about it. I'll get it when it's done. And if it's never done, well, I'm out my money and I got scammed. But that was that. I was willing to. I took that risk willingly.
I was wrong. It's a chicken pot pie. I'm bad.
See, I knew it was poultry. Not to say beef pot pies can't exist. Just they're
Marie
commonly
calendar apparently.
So what have you been up to, Jordan?
I got a 4K monitor that I set up yesterday. It's looking pretty nice.
Does your graphics card support?
Yeah, I got a RTX 2060, I want to say. Yeah,
all right.
But does it support actually playing games at 4K?
WoW, I can get to 60 frames per second pretty easily. Other games, maybe not so much, but I mostly play WoW on my computer and play other games on not my computer.
There.
So.
I've had a 4K monitor for like the last 4 years. Almost 90, upwards of 90% of games, I think, I run in Windows DPI scaled. So like the game thinks it's running at 1080 and it's getting DPI scaled up. Which basically means each pixel gets drawn 4 times on the thing. So for all practical intents and purposes, it's running at 1080. It's like if I try running at native 4K, it's like, yeah, enjoy your 10 frames per second. Thanks.
the few games I've tried running at 4K, or what do I have here? I have like a whatever, like I think mine's like 2440. That's not 4K, right? Is that 4K? I'm not
1440?
sure.
Like 1440
Whatever.
by I don't know.
1440p. So the games since I upgraded my computer, I haven't had any particular difficulties running the games that I play, including Baldur's Gate 3 at 1440. Like Total War runs at it. It's not.
Yeah, some games just like some applications don't understand 4K. It's like the text is tiny, all the menus are tiny. It's like fucking thing. Let me read the thing.
So yeah, that's more or less what I've been up to. And I finished a book recently. Yeah, that's about.
Which book were you reading?
Books.
When Einstein Walked with Gödel.
Is it nonfiction? No, it must be fiction. No,
It's
must be
it's
fiction.
nonfiction.
Wait, Einstein and Gödel are same time frame?
Probably not. Like it could also not be
they were
literal.
good friends.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be literal. It could be like,
Also, the book is mostly not about that. It's mostly just the title.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's how they get you. Like, oh, we made an interesting sounding title, and then,
It was a good book too, to be clear, but it was not really about Einstein walking with Gödel, although that was mentioned for sure, and both Einstein and Gödel showed up in it repeatedly. But it's basically a collection of like 30 essays from this one guy on various topics and various lengths.
Did you say it is a collection of treatises?
I suppose.
Treatise is one of my favorite fancy English words.
I now need to get the actual definition of a treatise: a written work dealing formally and systematically with the subject. Some of them were formal and systematic, and others were decidedly not that.
I see.
This one here, with apparently picture of Einstein and Gödel. I'm not sure if that's true. I'm just assuming that's them because it would make a lot of sense for that to be the case. If it's not them, then I've been bamboozled.
and at least it has a subtitle so that it's not just like literally about Einstein walking with Gödel.
That would make for a book for sure. Interesting, maybe, but probably not.
I mean, it all depends about where you're walking.
You know what would be real funny though? If Night showed up at 7:30, he would be showing up right as it becomes nighttime.
Is 7:30 somehow?
Because that's sunset today.
Is it?
Eastern time, at least.
Oh, okay.
Well, I suppose it's sunset
It really matters
all
how
times.
north you are, isn't it?
Look, I googled when sunset was today. All right, that's what Google told me. Thus,
You must live further.
oh yeah, it
south
does.
than me.
It does say in my city.
Because it's 7:15 here.
Oh, so then in 6 minutes, if she shows up, she shows up right at sunset time.
In New York, it's sunset at like 7:18 or so.
Fancy geography.
Angles and shit.
Anyway, guys, sorry we're just kind of shooting the shit here because we have a player who's being late.
I'd like to shill for Big Flower.
So we'll start
What is a
eventually.
big flower.
I guess they're people that sell flowers.
Like flowers, as in the plant, or as in the thing you bake with.
The plant.
Right?
You can get flowers for pretty cheap, and I'm doing it, and it's nice. So now I'm shilling for Big Flower. There you go. My job is done.
What do you do with these flowers? Just put them around the house?
Well, not around in one particular spot, but yeah, just flowers. they're not really doing anything.
I guess when I think of
They're
buying flowers,
withering
it's
away
usually
and dying.
expensive. I assume this is not particularly expensive.
It is not.
I suppose having some fresh plants around periodically could be worth a modest sum.
I'm basically just filling time.
Sure.
Yeah,
I can
actually,
show
even
for
even by
Genshin
power.
Impact. I don't recommend it at all, but the latest little event has been reasonably good fun times. Never give them your money, but if you wanted to play
Excuse
it,
me,
it's
this
okay.
stream is not sponsored by Genshin Impact. They gotta sponsor me before we start plugging up. We gotta sponsor us as a collective. This D&D campaign is not sponsored
Well,
by
like
Genshin
I said,
Impact.
I don't recommend anyone give them any money or play their game, but I have been playing the game because I'm already in too deep, and like I said, the latest event has been reasonably good time. You can play Osu and jump off things and shooting arrows, and there's a little dungeon event as well. That's probably the worst part about it. But and then the good thing about it is they added a bunch of storylines and shit like that. So you go around to all the characters, whatever, and they're participating in the festival also, and it's not complete tripe. And it's one of the complaints that people had about the game prior is that the characters that you have or that are inhabit the world are all pretty interesting. But once you do their story quest or whatever, you never see them around ever doing anything. They literally don't exist outside of their story quest that you do for half an hour once in the 70, 80, 90, 1,000 hours you've played the game for. And so this event, it's nice because they're all going around and they're interacting with each other and shit like that. So it's a good time if you're at all invested in the game. They also added I hesitate to call it a dating sim, but it's basically a dating sim with for the characters, whatever. So you can play through multiple routes of a dating sim-esque thing, So if you like those characters or whatever, and if you don't like those characters, they give you a reward at the end anyway, so you can sort of suck it up and be all right, I got my 10,000 gold or whatever. Fuck.
So they force you to play their dating sim by giving you rewards.
I've unlocked all the games, but I haven't even finished one of the characters fully because the dating sim is definitely something since it's permanent. Unlike the current event is only for 2 or 3 weeks or whatever. So I have to do that stuff right now. The dating sim is a unlocked forever sort of thing. So it's for the lulls when nothing else is going on. I'm all right, I have some time and I want to play some Genshin Impact. So now I'll play a route in the dating sim or whatever and get the rewards because they're not going away. And they're not so good that I need them immediately.
Popeye's pretty good. Has anybody reached out tonight to see if she's alive?
I mean, she posted in Discord that she didn't forget just running.
Oh, I missed that. Don't know how I managed to miss that.
Well, I imagine by not looking at it.
So, we'll take her to work.
I was too busy posting books, apparently.
Now, I suppose it is possible that within the last 13 minutes she did die.
Yeah, it's possible. Doubtful, but possible. Given any particular 13-minute stretch, if you died within it, it's the odds of that.
It's pretty unlucky.
Very low.
Yeah.
So apparently my microphone cord cable is loose or whatever. So when I tug on it or move it weirdly, it doesn't work. So not my microphone, my headphones. And I really like these headphones. I don't want to replace them because they're quite expensive. So we just have to, periodically. I'll stop hearing you guys if I fuck with the cord by accident.
Alas.
What headphones do you have?
These ones are. Let me take them off real quick.
Nope, you can't hear us anymore. Say mean things about lackeys.
Well, I can remember these ones are my Sennheiser ones.
Ooh, I have a set of
fancy.
I love Sennheiser.
They have brown ear cups. I don't know.
I have never had a Sennheiser, but I've heard good things.
I definitely got these ones on sale, but not as good a sale as I got on my previous pair, which were some. These ones when I first got them, my biggest joy with them was that they were very comfortable. I hear people complain about they don't like ear cups on their heads and shit like that, and I'm just man, the last 2 pair of headphones I bought have been super fucking comfortable. And the trick is, I guess you got to pay more than $8 and get them on sale. So they're normally $130, $150, whatever, and then get them for over $80, and then they'll be comfortable.
I personally can't stand like on the ear headsets. Like I need over the ear because I wear glasses, and on the ear pushes my ears into my glasses, and it sucks. So like Sennheiser, I think makes the best over the ears.
These ones are definitely cups. Like no pressures on the ear at all. These ones like I would say they squeeze my head, but they don't squeeze my head. But like that's how they stay up. Is like I don't feel any pressure on my ear because I also wear glasses.
I just got that Logitech shenanigans.
Bless you.
Someone nearly died.
Yeah, indeed.
Careful with the COVID spreading. Oh, I'm getting my COVID shot. It was gonna be tomorrow, but it got delayed to Tuesday. Still, I'm not gonna die.
I recently got my first shot.
Yay for not dying.
Yep, not dead. Although I will say that I definitely had some amount of reaction to the vaccine. So
yeah, I'm basically ready to like just sleep for a day. And you know what? If that's what it comes to, great.
I got it on a Friday morning, and it was fine by Monday morning, so that was nice. But you know,
my employer basically says if you need to take a sick day after getting your COVID shot, do it. No questions asked. I was like, yep. I'm thinking. I mean, I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but you know, if I'm getting knocked out my ass by the COVID shot, I'm taking the day. Yep.
It wasn't really that bad. Some people it can be that bad, but
yeah. I mean, I don't know, prepare for the worst.
That was about it.
If you're not working at near optimal efficiency, it's
I love just taking a day off.
Work a little harder the next day. If you're
work a little harder the next. Yep. Yeah, that. Mm-hmm.
That's what Jimmy does.
Well, I assume when it comes to like coding work, you need to code it no matter what. So you can make up the coding that needed to be done yesterday, today, tomorrow.
It doesn't matter when it does matter when it gets done. Like it doesn't matter what day it gets done, as long as it gets done in a reasonably timely fashion. And that's why people generally stay off my ass on these issues, because I generally get my work done in a reasonably timely fashion.
Emphasis on reasonable.
Except for like 2 weeks ago when we were playing Total War every day.
No, I still did my work. It's just I didn't do it between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m.
Given that you don't wake up till 2 to 3 p.m., have you ever completed work between 8 and 5?
There was a time when I worked 8 to 5. Believe it or not.
I mean, yeah, there was a time when I had to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to do the army shit. Don't do it now.
Darker days.
It is when I had to actually leave the house on a regular basis. Ugh. Creepy.
The good thing about being in the army, I guess, is that usually when you have to be up at 4:30 in the morning, the where you need to go is not very far. Or you're waking up that early because it is really far away. So I guess it's kind of a mixed bag, actually. Because I remember waking up at 4:30 and then having to drive for an hour and a half. But but the thing is, I was already with my fellow soldiers at 4:40. So it's like we drove somewhere. By the way, don't recommend the army. Although, actually, in this economic climate, the army's actually pretty great.
I don't think they take me at my age.
I believe the oldest you can get in without a special waiver is 35.
Oh, is it 35? I thought it was 25.
No.
They need if you're specialist labor, too, specialists too, or not literal.
Yeah. I mean,
grunts.
if you're a lawyer or a doctor, they don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But
no, I believe if you want to join as an enlisted soldier, 35 is the oldest. If you are prior service in some other armed force or the Coast Guard or whatever, they might up that to even as high as 40, I think. Obviously, you need to meet the requirements and stuff like that, and they may decline you for reasons other than your age, or for reasons including your age, along with oh, we don't like you for this job or whatever, because they can decline you for your ASVAB scores and shit like that. So if you're old and your ASVAB scores are shit or whatever, we don't. Turns out we don't need a 38-year-old infantryman bitching and moaning about his knees.
Some number of years ago, I wanted to do one stint in some military branch just for the physical aspect of it. Because when I was younger, I probably could have made the bar. Now, not so much.
I will say that I joined the army right after high school, and outside of basic training, I never once met the physical bar for being in the army again. Which is why I'm not in the army anymore. I passed I passed like 1 or 2 PT tests in the National Guard in my entire 6-year career in the National Guard, and my 2 years in like overseas and shit like that in the real army, you know, didn't pass the one. I guess like I was attached to the National Guard when I was overseas, so but I wasn't actually in the National Guard. It's funky, okay? Because like when you get activated, you become regular army, as they call it, for a time being. It's all fucked up. But I was from the Ready Reserve and shit, so it's complicated. Anyway, the point is that the army never really got me in shit.
And you don't recommend it, I hear.
I mean, there are a lot of benefits of being in the army, but like, you know, you need to make sure that's what you want. Like I saved a lot of money being in the army, you know, but a lot of people waste a lot of money in the army and like they pick up drinking habits and shit like that. So, you know,
buy a very expensive truck that they never drive because it's in the United States and they're not.
Sure, or you know, they get together with Jody or whatever. If you don't know who Jody is, Jody is your girlfriend while you're overseas who's sleeping with your battle buddy who didn't get to Florida. So, you know, like the Dear John letter is, you know, when a girl breaks up with you or whatever, but Jody is the girl who's sleeping with your buddy behind your back while you're deployed.
Which also gave us the amazing saying, "That's all she wrote," I believe.
I'll take a word. I do know a bunch of, you know, stupid, like, you know, like we have these 5-gallon fuel cans, right? Have you ever seen like a 5-gallon fuel can? You know how it has like a metallic flexible funnel that you would use to like put it into the gas tank to pour your gasoline in. So the metal funnel that you screw onto the top of the 5-gallon fuel tank is called a delta, which stands for DD, which also stands for donkey dick because it's a metal flexible donkey dick that you use to pour the fuel out of a fuel can.
Hey, Knight's here. Knight, what time was sunset for you? Was it right when you arrived?
It's still in the process of sunsetting right now.
Well, like sunset has a specific time when it crosses some magical threshold where the scientists say it's sunset.
Let me Google
it.
that.
I had previously theorized that you would arrive at sunset because you're a knight.
It's apparently 7:29.
Damn, you're too early.
Damn. You were supposed to arrive right at night.
That means that Knight lives west of New York City, presumably.
Well, it's a north-south thing because the time zones should make it so that it's the same time no matter what. It would mean that.
Well, she lives in the Eastern time zone, but west of New York City.
Well, yeah, and probably south of New York City too.
Don't worry, Knight. We're just trying to get your address to you know, for no malicious reason whatsoever.
But lackeys, I posted in Discord what I was saying, just so you don't think I'm crazy.
Near Washington, D.C., so I am indeed west of New York.
And south, so we got both counts right.
High five. So, Knight, what have you been up to? What's new? What's happening? What's hip?
I got talked into playing Final Fantasy again.
14 or
yeah.
I liked Final Fantasy 14.
They talked you into that? Oh no.
You talk? Wait, Suture, aren't you a part of this?
It's formality recruiting healers again or something?
No, Final Fantasy 14 is a good time. The rating is.
You need a raid guild, lackeys?
I don't play currently, although I maybe I'll come back for the expansion. But I played the first batch of Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers was great. I mean, I played all the
kind
stuff
of traumatized because I quit on sad terms back in the day in like the very first base game, not the one that died, but A Realm Reborn.
Sure.
And
you hit the level 50 quest grind. You're like, wow, this shit is bullshit.
No, like I was raiding. I did everything in that was current at the time, but then my group died, and then I was really sad.
My group died around turn 7 or 8 or whatever in the second.
That is exactly where mine died.
Yep. We killed the the boss that like petrified the guys. We killed that one like once or twice, and then we never raided again.
My group could not. They could not execute that mechanic. It was tilting me very, very hard, and that's also part of my decline into madness at that time. Was just like these people cannot progress, and like the good people are quitting, and they also picked up me here that was really bad. And
well, if you play the game again, you can replace some of the poor memories with better ones.
So my problem with Final Fantasy 14 actually, when I went back to it, was like I actually think that the classes have too many buttons. Like not like literally like I don't have enough buttons on my keyboard for all the buttons they expect me to press. So like efficiently macroing that shit is really frustrating unless like you shift pages and stuff like that, and that's just who the fuck wants to do that?
I just wish that their spells had different names instead of being like 1, 2, 3.
What'd you play? Like Stone 1, Stone 2? I mean, then you get what was
Hold on, are you implying that I was a white mage? I was a scholar.
A scholar, okay. What are the scholars? Well, the scholars complicated because like I don't know their shits. You have what's the one where you put the bubble down? That's the one
Sacred Soil.
Yes, that's a stupid name. And it looks like a bad thing. It's like a dark purple. I probably don't want to stand.
It's not purple. It's like green.
So you said. Although back in vanilla, you could just like I played a little bit of like I leveled every class to 50 at the time except for like ninja, or not ninja, one of the melee classes anyway, samurai or some shit. One of the sword. Anyway, the point is that you could go to a dungeon, you put on your clerk stance if you scholars got that.
Hell yeah.
And then you let your fairy do all the work while you just stone stuff. That said, white mage is still the vastly superior one because you could go in and cast, you do like instant cast holy, everything's stunned for 4 seconds, then you cast another holy and it's stunned for another 2 seconds. So you start off the fight with like 2000 AoE damage or whatever, and it's amazing. The tank doesn't take any damage, so you don't have to heal anything. The dream. White mage superior by far.
I leveled Conjure to 50 and I never got the white mage dropstone. Do not ask why.
Oh man, you missed on like the cool outfit at 30 and then again at 50 and then like I said, no reason to play white mage other than holy. Holy is the plus like now they have all these instant cast heals which are really powerful, but I mean at the time holy is still the probably the best spell in the game. 4-second AoE stun. I mean, what's not to love?
Fair. Apparently, I'm told that they changed Scholar so that fairy spells are no longer off GCD, and they're not like a separate thing that you micro. So, TBD on how I feel about this time.
Yeah, I haven't played the new Scholar. When I played it in Shadowbane, I leveled up Samurai, and Bard, and what did I raid as anyway? I don't remember. Because I definitely did like the first Eden raids. Oh, Dancer, was that what I played? Yeah, I played Dancer. So I was a Dancer. So I leveled the ranged DPS classes there. So Dancer was fun, but Well, the problem, what it is, I actually bitched about this before, but like my samurai in my raid group was really bad about using his cooldowns on cooldown. So like I'd give him the dance, right, and I'd do my 8-second combo to buff his damage by 25% or whatever. And turns out he drifted his, 2-minute cooldown by 16 seconds or whatever. So he totally fucking misses it. And I'm just like, and I go through the logs later. I'm like, so you see this here, you drifted, you drifted your Midari Gakusen or whatever, 16 seconds in the first cycle. And thus we never lined up again. And you literally lost like 300, 700 DPS over the course of a fight, and just, man, drove me nuts. And like, the thing is, like, we're struggling to meet the DPS checks, and so I'm like, I didn't want to like harp on the guy because you got to play your own game or whatever. But I'm like, you're letting me down here because like my DPS and because the way they do the logging is that they call it attributed DPS or whatever. So like,
yep,
when he does more damage because I'm buffing him, I get credit for that DPS. So him leaving his biggest cooldowns outside of my DPS window, so frustrating. Like I was literally like it was really important to me. Like I was literally in charge of like coordinating the other people's DPS cooldowns too, because like we had a astrologer and a scholar and red mage, and like everyone has group buffs and they don't always line up perfectly. So like I'd always be like, all right, this is the window. We don't have to move. There's no mechanics for 10 seconds. Go, and we'd all pop our cooldowns and shit like that at the same time, and pop our second pots all at the same time, shit like that. So all that shit was good times. but apparently the samurai couldn't keep his cooldowns used. Annoying.
I know how much this annoys lackeys because this is at least the third time I've heard this story from him.
You want me to tell the story again, Jim?
No, that's okay. Thanks.
It's a good story.
Well, we play Tell Me the Story Again Chicken with Jimmy, and he always loses.
Basically, if I say cool story, tell it again, he will tell it again.
Yeah, that's usually how I react to that in real life too, because that way people don't do that in future.
All right. Well, shall we get started?
What server do you guys play on?
We're on the Crystal Data Center. I am on Koro, which I can't pronounce, and I think everyone else is on Marlboro.
All right, so none of you
I
guys play on
haven't-
my data center.
Uh-huh.
I play on like Ifrit or Frankfurt or some shit. Although you can swap over because I did that when we were doing like name master cycling or whatever for rep or whatever the fuck that was stuff like.
Yeah,
But all right.
I literally just resubbed, so I have not done any transferring or anything yet.
All right, let's play D&D.
All right. Who wants to give the
Interrogated
recap?
where?
I think we either need Ilina or I think it's Pebble that hasn't done a recap yet.
Alina, you're up.
You saving the recap?
So I can recap like the back half, but the
Oh, that's
first half,
true. That's true. Alina was like AFK for part of it. Pebble, you're up.
Double, I'm up. All right. So we at the start of last time we were camped out in the castle, the Care, and we had all our grand schemes and plans to go kill Gargoyle Lady in the sewers. So we trekked out into the sewers, ran into Gargoyle Lady, and turns out she was a powerful spellcaster who could probably one-shot us all if we fought her. So we didn't fight her.
So we did.
She like demeaned us a little bit and then teleported away. Then we continued into the depth of the sewers. Semi-accidentally murdered a civilian, brought the rest of the civilians up, but they kind of hated us because we semi-murdered their buddy, and sent them on their way. Then we gathered our thoughts, went back into the town, but the town that we had sent the people that we semi-murdered were unpleasant that we semi-murdered one of them, and yelled at us. Then Oblitus went in kicking indoors literally to tell people the good news. And eventually the good news was spread all through the town that the speaker is dead, long live the speaker. And that there's apparently a meeting to elect a new speaker. Then we found signs of the Duergar at some point in the abandoned tavern. So we went into the abandoned tavern, got ambushed by Duergar, and captured one of them alive.
Yeah, that's
Here
pretty
we
much
are
it.
now.
Can you explain why it is that there were Duergar and why we cared?
We learned that there were Duergar from... This wasn't even last time, it was 2 times ago. Do I get bonus points for this? From the old... I guess she was like a fortune teller-like lady. And she said that the Duergar were working with Asmodeus to do some horrible, evil devil demon thing. And that they would... I don't know what they were doing. They were in town.
To clarify, so her name was Hethel, and she was a seer for Levistus. She was like the first member, according to her, of the cult of Levistus there at Caer Dineval. And the Duergar are under the influence of Asmodeus, but they don't know it's actually Asmodeus. She's not sure who they think it is, but she knows that they think it's not Asmodeus. They think it's something or someone else. But yes, she is the one who told you about the Duergar in the inn and perhaps greater schemes.
So I don't think she said they were in the inn, just that the Duergar
Well, yeah, she
exist.
said they were somewhere in the Care.
Yeah, so then we had to go hunt them down.
But you found them in the end, yes. You can have your inspiration. Does anyone else have any questions? Knight, I know you were missing for like an important part of that. Are you caught up?
Yeah.
Cool.
I already had inspiration. Who wants it?
Lackeys wants it. I mean, Oblitus.
Yep, all yours. Assuming we're still allowed to share inspiration like this.
Yeah, that's fine.
I might have already had an inspiration. I'm not sure, but it wasn't marked, so I presumably I spent it.
You have it now. So we are in the inn. You guys just survived a Dwergar ambush. One of the Dwergar, this Dwergar right here, is unconscious. What do you guys want to do?
Oi, guys, what happened? Where did they come from?
Well, you know when I told you that Dwergar are not like dwarves, like drow are like elves? Well, yeah, you saw what they're getting all big and whatnot, right? Well, they also go invisible and, well...
Oh, is that why we didn't see them?
Now, if I can do those things, you can call them dwarves, but I can't.
Hey, Drock,
Yeah.
do the thing.
What thing?
I bought one of the bodies. The thing.
What?
You know, the big thing.
Oh, like getting all big?
Yeah.
I can't do that.
No. Alright, I guess you're not a Dwergar.
QED, they are not dwarves.
No, QED, you are not Dwergar.
Whoa. I suppose.
If you guys need to max out your temp HP, you can take a couple turns to do so.
How
For
many
the
turns
Orphe.
did you have left?
Ah, mine's already maxed.
6 or 7.
We did it. Wait, you had 6 or 7 turns left? At that point, you're almost guaranteed to get an 8 somewhere in there.
I mean, you gotta hit a 6 on D6. Not quite guaranteed.
Well, yeah, but okay, you're nearly guaranteed to get 7 or 8. 8
Right,
is
so,
perhaps
well,
not.
what should we do about, this little guy?
You should secure him properly.
Oh, I got a rope for that. Wait, didn't I already do that? No,
I
let me go
believe you
get the
called
rope.
for it.
I'm gonna head outside and grab my rope and bring it back in. Python! That one's a genius word.
What's up? Are you using the rope to tie down the Dwergar then, I assume?
Yeah, the rope is going to tie him up on its own.
Does the rope have to... Do you have to make like a check for that or anything?
I can read what it says, but there's no mention of a
Okay.
check. Blah, blah, blah. If you hold one end of the rope and use an action to speak the command word, the rope animates. You can command the other end to move toward the destination you choose. That end must move at 10 feet per turn, blah, blah, blah. Until it reaches the next destination up to a maximum length away. You can also tell the rope to fasten itself securely to an object, unfasten itself or not, or unknot itself, or coil itself for carrying, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, I would assume then with it being a magical item, it doesn't hold any stronger than a normal rope, but it would secure itself.
But it
well.
doesn't fuck up the knots like
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, that's our cat. We earned ourselves a cat.
I will. We'll see if
Ilina,
they have anything to drink.
with your detect magic, there is you don't find anything.
All right.
And Drock, there is still some form of Dwergar whiskey. You're not exactly sure if it's safe to drink. It doesn't look or smell like your normal whiskey, but it's probably pretty strong.
I've drank worse things in worse places. Grab it, top it open, sit down.
Oblitus is going to be searching the bodies and dragging them over to like a convenient spot to pile them up. Perhaps the kitchen.
Wait, we should be remain alert in case there's more. I'll
Yeah, we
stand
should
guard.
probably-
To head upstairs and make sure it's clear if anyone wants to come with me.
The upstairs are in similar shape as the downstairs. It's not going to be easy to get upstairs.
Oh, is the stairs like broken?
Yeah, they're like broken in disrepair, and just with a quick thought, it's possible something's up there, but it's highly doubtful that a Dwergar made it up there.
Okay.
Could I like give him a boost to like he stands on my shoulders and I toss him up to the next landing?
You could try that if you guys wanted to.
Boost me.
All right, I will give him a boost then, trying to let him. I'm presumably like 5 to 6 feet tall when he stands on my shoulders, so I don't know how high the next floor is, but if that's not high enough, I can try and lift him up on my feet like a cheerleader.
You
Like
just do
that.
the you put your hands in like lock your fingers together, do the cup thing, and then just launch me up.
Could also do that.
Yeah, let's have Abletus go ahead and make a strength check, and Tarek make an athletics check for me.
Bonk.
Wow.
So Tarek, you get a running start. You get your hand exactly where it needs, or you get your foot exactly where it needs to get for Abletus to lift you up, and he throws you up into the air, and you try to grab a hold of something, but you kind of struggle a little bit, and you fall to the ground.
That didn't work out as planned. Oh, my back.
Luckily, you weren't high enough to take any serious damage or anything, just some bumps and bruises.
Oblivious would give you a disdainful look, but you can't see it through his helmet.
Well, if anyone didn't know we were here before, now they know we're here.
All right.
Well, I'm pretty
So this
sure they
time,
can-
I have Shar give you some guidance, Tarek, on the proper form for climbing and jumping.
Well, maybe if you just didn't launch me so high.
But let's not blame me for your mistakes.
This is a team effort, okay? I do the grabbing, you gotta do the launching.
And Shar will do the aiming, I guess.
I said, we'll later. It could help.
So after casting guidance on Tarek, I will once again make a stir with my hands and I guess attempt to launch him up to the next floor. Do we roll again?
Yep, go ahead and roll again. So this time, you get your foot into his handhold, he launches you up, and you land gracefully onto the second floor.
As expected of Shar.
She has great aiming. I'd also love to point out that I literally went from a literal 1 to a 20. That's just perfect.
Upstairs, it looks like it's probably it's like a bunch of rooms. This inn hasn't seen patronage in probably quite a long time. So there's some cobwebs and things like that. If you want, just make one investigation check for all of the rooms. So you look around. Everything's actually been pretty picked clean. There's still some like pillows and some sheets and bedding and things like that. But as far as like coin or items of any kind of worth or anything like that, there isn't anything. It looks like whoever owned this place, they didn't leave in a hurry. They took everything of value with them. But there's nothing up here as far as something that might danger you later.
Okay. Well, in that case, then after being satisfied that there's nothing of interest in the upstairs, I shall shamble my way back down the broken stairs.
So what do we actually want to do with the dwarf corpses? We could dump them in the basement, but someone's going to find them eventually. Or we could dump them in the kitchen because the floor is presumably less porous than this floor. Or we could dump them outside for everybody to see. Do we have a preference?
Yeah, I think we actually.
I want to do a scientific experiment where we put them in different locations, and I also kind of want to see if they freeze.
Oh, science. I like science.
All right,
Where are
Ilina,
we gonna
you can
put them?
have one corpse outside. I'll leave one corpse here, and I'll throw the rest in the basement then.
Fantastic.
So I guess I'm going to be searching the corpses and then dumping them in the basement. I'm going to dump 3 in the basement, I guess. And then 1 will go outside and 1 will stay here.
Okay.
Is anyone aiding me in searching these bodies and moving them?
I'm still keeping watch to look for more invisible Dorgar.
So sorry, you wanted 1 outside, 1 in the or 3 in the basement, and where was the other one?
Somewhere on the floor here for Ilina to look at.
Okay, so we'll just leave this one here. These 3 will go into the basement, and then there's the one outside. Is anybody helping Abletus check the body?
I'll help you.
All right, both of you can make an investigation checks for me.
Didn't help.
That's because you
But I
didn't
can-
ask for Shar's assistance before you did it.
I suppose not. But I can still throw him down the stairs. So I got that going for me, which is nice.
I can only help you if you help yourself.
You also didn't.
Well, constantly praying to Shar is a little distracting, so my searching, took a backseat.
All right. So a couple of things. So among all of the Dwergar, you guys find about 18 silver pieces and 43 copper pieces. Among that, there's a bunch of like trinkets and things like that. Most of them look like they probably belong to like humans and children and things like that. Just random knickknacks and things that they might have picked up throughout the town. And then on top of that, on a couple of them, you find chunks of like black, almost like obsidian like rock. They come in all different shapes and sizes. Some of them are carrying like one or two of them that are as big as their fist. Some are just like little like pebbles almost.
I compare them to the 12 necklaces we got from the cultists.
Sure. Make a Arcana check for me.
All right. In that case, I asked someone with a little more magical expertise than me to compare them for me.
I both can figure out the magical bits, but also the stony bits. Let's do this.
I will aid him, but I mean, I guess it doesn't make a difference.
Drock, because you are a dwarf of knowing a lot about stone, these stones look eerily similar. You're not sure what their purpose would be, but these seem to be the same black chunks that all the cultists were wearing in the keep.
Well, I don't know what they're for exactly, or quite what they are, but they're definitely from the same place. Possibly the same exact place.
So while he was examining them, I want to take all the miscellaneous trinkets that presumably have no real value, and I'll put them on the table somewhere, just like so they're off to the side. And then when he's done, I will take out one of the necklaces or the one necklace that he was examining, and I'll like try and like you do like a hardness test with like a diamond or like carbon or talc or whatever. I'm gonna try and like scratch them with each other.
Okay. I mean, as you like scratch them together, they don't seem to be able to inflict any harm upon each other.
I use more force.
Still the same.
I use more force with Shar guiding my hand, and so I smash them together as hard as I can.
They don't seem to impact each other at all.
I throw one at a wall.
Well, presumably I'm using more force.
What are you guys doing?
Drock, make a ranged attack roll for me.
That's not science. It's just angry.
You put take a decent chunk out of the wooden wall, and the rock just kind of crumbles to the ground.
Like the rock actually was destroyed.
Still in one piece.
Oh, okay. I go grab it again.
Well, all right. So how much of this rock do we have?
Sorry, I see that poll on Discord already. If you guys want to play it, be my guest. But
2 fist-sized chunks.
I'm not gonna go out and play it. It's not
6
not my
less
problem.
than fist-sized chunks, and about 12 pebbles worth of the black stuff.
All right, so I added all the money in these chunks to my inventory, I guess.
And then on top of that, you do find a letter on this one. Drock actually finds it. And Drock, you can't read what it says. It's in a language that you do not understand.
Yeah, well, anybody speak whatever this is?
I take a look at it. Can I read it?
You speak Undercommon, correct?
Yes. Way to out me.
You can.
All right. What does it say?
It says, Merful. As part of the leader, it looks like it's probably like a title. As leader of the Dwergar Expedition number 2, you are stationed at Caer Dineval. You are to remain unseen until further notice. Zardarok. Zardarok is the signed name at the bottom.
All right. How good is this the penmanship?
It looks like it's pretty hastily written. It's kind of hard to judge whether that's his normal penmanship, but or maybe it is, but it's not great.
I smell the paper. All right, I'm sorry. Okay, that was me being a dick. I will. Unless it smells interesting, in which case tell me. But
I mean, it's had some whiskey spilled on it for sure, or whatever you would call it whiskey.
well, it doesn't smell of brimstone.
It does not smell like brimstone. No,
Do I know what brimstone smells?
probably not.
I
But
smell.
you do know what the whiskey smells like that Drock is drinking.
All right, so I will tell the party members that this is apparently one of these guys is named Murphle, presumably the dead one. I point to him, and this is his orders from a guy named Zardarok to come to this town and wait.
Hey, what was the name they were?
What are
I
they
guess
waiting
I-
for?
Never mind. That was in character. I don't know that they were saying anything about a name when they were talking with you.
So apparently they're working for a guy named Zardarok, and they're in this town, supposed to be unseen.
Well, we see them now.
Yeah.
Mission failed. Did it say what they were waiting for?
No, it's just a note, man.
Oh,
And I doubt the guy we're going to interrogate knows either, but
like
at
wait
least you
for
have a place to start.
the purple sun to rise over the sky on the 6th day of yada yada yada. No, nothing like that.
No. I have in my notes that we heard of a Zardarok Sunblight, but I don't know why I wrote his name down previously. I wrote something about him working for Asmodeus, which clearly is the case.
When you were talking to Hethel mentioned Zardarok. Zardarok is the leader of the Dwergar expedition here in Icewind Dale.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, apparently this is the second Dwergar expedition, so there are more out there somewhere. Presumably the ones being led by Zardarok that Hethel mentioned.
Boy, I have an idea. Why don't we take the armor off one of them, put it onto, I don't know, say Drock. Drock, you could pass as a Dwergar, right? And
I suppose.
and you could just pretend to be Zardarok. Like, where is everyone?
Do you know what this Sardarak looks like? Sounds like? What he knows that I should know in order to impersonate him?
No, but
By the way, what armor are these guys wearing?
I'm sorry?
What armor are they wearing?
Scale mail.
But that's worth money, so we're going to pile that somewhere else.
Man, why don't we just make it up as you go? I mean, these guys have probably never actually met Zardarok if he's some creepy occult figure. Or I mean, maybe they have, but you don't know.
But he probably also doesn't wear the same armor as everybody else. Leaders have, egos.
Yeah, we can cover it in like some blood.
So how many copies of Scale Mail, assuming I stripped the one that we captured? That's 7?
It would be 7, yes.
Can't fit that in my inventory, but I'll make a note of it. Was someone else keeping the party inventory?
I have the money if you want to keep it. I don't. So
No, I don't want to be the note keeper.
Mm,
I will make note of the Scale Mail
okay. And apparently the black stone.
and the
Whoa!
Black Stone. Yeah.
Jimmy, please.
I mean, this seems like too good an opportunity to pass up. We could convince the guy that, he's working for us now.
You're
One
welcome to
minor
try.
hiccup with your plan is that how are you going to convince him that he just went from getting ambushed and all of his friends and associates dying to his leader appearing by himself to him?
They
We
were
could all
being
pretend to be
tested.
killed. We'd all lay on the floor with our blood spilling out.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, this sounds fun. I'm in.
All
I
right, well,
already did this
who's
for
gonna?
real once. I don't want to do it again fake though.
Yeah, who's gonna be? Who's gonna be Zardarok though? Then do you want to be Tarek? I mean, you don't really look like a Durgar. Is kind of the problem.
I also don't know how to speak whatever gibberish they were saying.
Ah, shit! You gotta speak their language, don't you?
He didn't say a single thing I could hear, so
Believe it. You seem like you could talk with them. You don't really
But I'm
look
not
like
a
a
Durgar.
Zardarok. I mean, Durgar. Damn.
he's a little too tall.
Yeah, this armor probably wouldn't fit you too great. All right. Well, maybe another time.
I mean, his friends are all dead. He's tied up, and we're still here. I think anything we could ask him is this Zardarak feller. We could probably just ask him and
Yeah, but he
threaten
more.
to kill him. And if he doesn't tell us, then we just kill him.
I mean,
Well, we have the
we
information
could.
from that fortune teller lady. I mean, I figure our best bet is to try and convince him that he's a pawn for Asmodeus that he doesn't want to be a part of, and at the very least, maybe we can get him to help us meet this Zardarak.
But we don't have any evidence.
And I mean, we kind of did kill his buddies. I don't think he's gonna like, oh yes, thank you for being my savior. No, he's gonna be like, well, fuck you.
I mean, they were the ones to attack us first.
'Tis true.
I mean, it's
And besides, if we mention
the same way in the sewers. And look at all the town thing. Well, you killed one of my friends. Now we all hate you. Well, we killed 6 of this guy's friends.
Oblivious is gonna go stand outside and watch over the dead corpse of the Dwarger and make sure like no town people with pitchforks are showing up.
I mean, the worst thing that happens is, as Drock mentioned, he refuses, and he has to be dealt with, unfortunately. But it's worth a shot. I mean, perhaps maybe if we mention some of the cultists that we dealt with, maybe he knows them, and it could have some effect on him. I don't know.
All right, I guess we should. I mean, do we have some way to like wake this guy up?
Yeah, here. I'm gonna walk over and pour whiskey down his throat.
Oh, are you trying to drive? Oh, that's a good idea. They like that stuff, don't they?
Real quick, Oblitus, the streets are eerily empty. But I mean, that's not uncommon for this town from your experience. So you pour whiskey down this Dwargar's throat, and he starts coming to, and he just starts coughing. What? You can't understand what he's saying.
Bleedus, you're the only one knows what this man Dwargar says. So
He can probably speak common if you force him, or if you ask him.
Yeah, but
Oh, I mean, hey, you there? I'm still standing on the table, so I'm, a little bit taller. You talk.
He says a bunch of stuff that you don't understand, and then he spits in your face.
Oi! Incredibly rude, If we don't like you, we're gonna kill you. Hey, how many fingers am I holding up? And I hold up 3 fingers.
Again, he says something that you don't understand.
Bleedus, he doesn't seem interested in talking our, the normal talk. I think he's saying your weird talk.
It's not my weird talk. I just happen to be an educated person.
I mean, I know a lot of weird talks, but not this one.
Guess I'm gonna go outside and continue drinking while I watch the street.
So I look at the Dwarger and I ask him, "What's your name?"
He looks at you and he kind of sizes you up and down. Margrum.
Where are you from, Margrum?
Deep below.
Whereabouts?
A place much scarier than here.
I give a nod. It's like most places in the Underdark are. They don't realize how good they got it up here.
When you mention the Underdark, he kind of like tilts his head. You've been.
I've been known to travel.
Then you know whatever you do to me, it cannot harm me.
I mean, dead is still dead. We've already learned about the second Dwarger expedition that you're on, and that you don't know anything. So we're really just humoring you here, giving you a chance to plead for your life. We're not really interested in orders because we know you don't know anything. Zardarak, kept that shit close to his chest.
Make a perception check for me, Abledus.
You can ignore the guidance.
When you start mentioning Zardarok and the second expedition, he does kind of change his perception a little bit. A lot of his arrogance goes away, and he gets a little bit more worry in his eyes.
Oh, what? You didn't think we knew about that? Zardarok's got a great plan and all, but implementation needs a little work.
You don't know the half of Zardarok's fury, and one day you will.
But I know more
wish
than
I'd
you.
be around to see it.
You know he's a pawn of Asmodeus, right? Working feudally to keep what is his name? Levistus? What?
Levistus.
Levistus, imprisoned in whatever hell he's in.
I don't know what hells and beings you're speaking of. Everything I do for Zardarok.
That's
And
because
he
you're
is
a
only
pawn.
following the guidance of Deep Dwera.
Have I heard the term Deep Dwera before?
Make a religion check for me.
I will consult with Shar on the matters of religion, since surely she knows more than I. Is she willing to share any of her divine knowledge with?
Because of your past, yes, you have heard of it. Deep Dwera is the Dwergar goddess of conquest. Basically, anything that the Dwergars do that involves conquest, wars, battles, all that kind of sort of thing is usually done in the name of Deep Dwera.
All right. What did he say again then? So I can put this together. Zardarok is working for Dwera.
He does everything in the name of Deep Dwera. And
I
do whatever Zardarok asks of me.
Yeah, like I said, you're a pawn. Dwera may exist for some Dwergar, but for Zardarok, it's only Asmodeus. These stones, they're not. I take out one of the necklaces from the cultists. They're not. Dwera's blessing or blessed by Dwera and like that.
Give that back.
This one's not yours. I'm holding up one of the necklaces we got from the cultists and the care. But this one's not yours. Why do you want so
those gems belong to Deep Dwera and Zardarok because of his name?
But no, this necklace here was owned by a cultist of Levistus. I wrote his name down.
I don't know these names you're speaking, but I know that those belong to the Dwergar.
Oh, how so?
They were gifted to us.
Then how come everyone I've seen walking around is a tiefling or a human? Making fancy jewelry out of the spoils of the Dwergar?
They're imposters.
Oh, so you're the true demon worshippers? Cool.
He spits at your feet.
Yeah, nobody likes to hear the truth. So if I say I wanted to return these to the Dwergar, how would I go about doing that? Or if I wanted to take them away from, imposters, how would I get rid of them?
Well, you have a Dwergar sitting right here. Just give them to me.
Yeah, but you're gonna die soon. So then what do I do with them? Are you gonna eat them and then they'll come out of your rotting corpse or something?
You could let me return them if that is your goal.
Yeah, but you're gonna return them to Zardarok. That's not really helping things. Yeah, I need a way that doesn't work after you're dead, or that does work after you're dead, or a reason to let you go, I guess.
Well, it sounds like you're already set on killing me, so.
I mean, you haven't really given me a reason to let you go. You attacked us in broad daylight in the middle of. Well,
you invaded our home. You mean?
I didn't see a sign outside. Nobody said, "Hey, this is our house. Please leave." Maybe we would have left. clearly communication is possible. I am sorry for the deaths of your friends. It's nobody likes to be judged for being an ugly dwarf and then attacked on sight. But
I
you
am
attacked
no dwarf.
like I said, an ugly dwarf. Dwarf, whatever. Sorry, that was uncivilized of me. I apologize. No one likes to be judged because they're short, gray, balding, and dwarger.
So what is it you want then?
I mean, if you have any valuable information about the other expedition, I might be willing to let you live for that. Alternatively, a way to dispose of these stones, or there happens to be a shrine to a demon in the basement of the care that I would like to destroy. So perhaps a large stockpile of powdered silver so I can make holy water would also suffice.
Does it look like I have silver lying about? I don't care what shrines these humans have made. They're all false gods.
Which is why we want to destroy it, of course. I happen to agree with you in this case. But so, like I said, that's what I want. But maybe you have something that I don't know I want that is worth your life, or worst case, a painless death. We can definitely offer that.
Make a persuasion check.
Hey, I'm good at something.
Yay.
So what? I tell you about the other expeditions and you just let me walk?
With a few minor conditions like not attacking anyone in the town, as you leave, and to not come back for a couple weeks or so. But otherwise, yeah.
And you'll give me the Chardolin.
I will give you half of the Chardolin the Dwarger here had on them. So I hold out a fist-sized chunk and the half a dozen pebbles and 3 of the less than fist-sized chunks. So I hold out about 10 total chunks of Chardolin, as he's calling it. I'll give you this much Chardolin, assuming the information is good.
He thinks it over for a little bit.
I pile it up in a little pile in front of Pebble on the table. Make a little pyramid out of it.
What information would you want? For my safe passage, of course.
I've said before, and you haven't offered anything, but like I said, I will reiterate that the location and a description of the first expedition, where they're at, how many they have, a description of Zardarok.
I know nothing of the other expeditions.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Otherwise, a method in which we can verify to destroy some Chardolin if we happen to encounter it in the future, which I understand would upset you, but that's what I want. Otherwise, a sizable quantity of silver or other valuables, worth your life. A monetary transaction, as it were.
Well, Armored Man, it seems we're at an impasse. I don't have silver. You cannot destroy the Chardolin. I know nothing of the expeditions.
Well, like I said, I rack your rocky little brain about it. If you think of anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to let my party member know that you're not cooperating, and we'll see if your tune changes before you die. I start putting the Chardolin back into my sack.
Wait.
I stop with my hand on holding the sack underneath the table as I'm giving a souping handful, and I give him a look. I'm like, yeah.
I don't know of the other expeditions, but I can tell you that there must be at least 2 more somewhere in Icewind Dale. There's probably more, but I know that Dearth and Nildar are leading their own separate.
Can you put that name in chat for me? To spell?
Yeah. They are leading their own more important missions. Zardarok would only trust them to his sons, of course.
So Jurt Nidlar, is that 2 names or 1 name?
It is 2.
Are each leading their own? They're sons of Zardarok and leading their own expeditions.
I believe so. Yes, maybe they're done, but we haven't received the message, so I assume they have not either.
All right, that is at least something to work with, even if you don't have any actual actionable intelligence. I will discuss it with my compatriots and see if we can let you live. So then I'm going to step away from Malthus or whatever the fuck you said his name was. I wasn't listening.
Margrom.
Sure. I don't remember the names of the people. And I say to the rest of the party, it's like, so he's cooperating a little bit. He claims to not have any information about the other expeditions, other than claiming that there are at least 3 others, one led by Zardarok and then 2 led by his sons, who apparently would have more information than Zardarok himself, but no idea of where they are or what they're doing, other than apparently he was waiting for their missions to complete before whatever they were going to do was declared. He calls these black rocks Chardalin and claims that I can't destroy them. And otherwise claims that Zardarok is working under orders of the Dwargar conquest goddess, Deep Dwara, or whatever her name was.
And yeah, so the letter earlier mentioned something about Zardarok's arrival, right? Like a wait mine or something? Am I making this up? Or wait for me, something like that?
Yeah, like I said, the note said that Zardarok would contact them, and presumably he's not going to contact them until after
Okay.
Dearth and Nidalar's missions are completed.
I imagine he's going to contact them. Well, but how does he contact them? Does he show up? Does he, like, telepathically do it?
All right, that's a good question. Let me ask him.
Maybe also find out if he has a way to contact Zardarok himself. Could be useful.
And I feel like he's not being cooperative enough. Ilina's been standing there playing with her dagger with a murderous aura. I think she's just waiting to pull some fingernails. So if you want to get her started, I think we can make this guy sing.
All right, so I go.
I would like to keep my fingernails.
Oh,
I told you he speaks
you
common.
can speak.
All right, so Margrom, what do you have a way to contact Zardarok, or know how he would contact your expedition?
I don't know the exact terms. Well, according to Murphle, we would just know.
No hints. Really think about it.
Zardarok isn't known for his subtlety.
What does Zardarok look like?
Well, he's the most magnificent Dwergar you've ever seen. He's got a beard down to his kneecaps, just of black Chardalin. His eyes glow with the fire of every Dwergar's rage.
Did you just
So
say
he's
his
got-
beard is made of stone?
Well, I mean, it's black enough. And let me tell you, that is impressive.
Are you a girl Dwargar? You have the hots for Zardarok?
We all worship Zardarok.
Oh, weird. It's like a sex cult thing.
He spits at your face.
I guess it hits my health.
They're fanboys.
Well, I look to the rest of the. I guess I look to Elena. Elena, I've done what I could. I don't think he's earned his life per se. Certainly not the Charlatan in my possession, but I'll, if you want to request more information, see if you can think of something, feel free. Or if you want to let him go, I'll defer to your opinion. And I'm going to sit on the bench.
I'm just frowning really intensely, and I'll tell everyone else. So it seems like this guy is more or less just one of their underlings, and I don't think we're going to get that much more information from him. But at the same time, if there's other groups of Dwargar going around, I don't think letting him go is at all a good idea. Since
If only we had someone to track him. We could let him go, and then if he ever finds Zardarock or whatever, he could.
Do we?
I look towards.
Wait, you're gonna track me?
Yeah, got a problem with that? Because it means you're alive. I'm gonna go outside and find Drock, and speaking quietly because Drock is further away, and be like, "Yo, Drock, do you have a way that we could track this Dwarger if we let him go to run back to his masters?"
Well, I don't think so, but I actually haven't tested the rope, and it kind of does what I say, or at least what I think when I say the word, right? So if I didn't know where he is, would the rope point to him? Who knows? We could try it.
That's asking a lot from a non-sentient piece of rope.
It's magic.
So is Shar, but even she's not omnipotent.
Oh, I think you should find a god that's omnipotent if your god's not omnipotent. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, when you find one, let me know.
Well, I mean, they all claim to be omnipotent. Anyway, I don't think so.
I don't think I do actually.
Hey,
Right, I don't think I have any way to track them.
I think I have an idea. Let me run it by you. Step
Outside or
outside
in
or
front of the
whatever.
door?
I don't want the Dwargo to hear it. Hey, so right, to track him, I can't actually track him, but we can convince him that we can track him, and maybe he'll just keep his head out of trouble. How's that sound? And do some that distracting magic stuff, like make him think we put a curse on him or something.
To what end?
Well, I mean, be like, hey, if you come in contact with, or if you go, to tell anyone that about us, your head's gonna explode, or something like that. I don't know.
I feel like that's way too much risk and just an unknown variable.
Well, what do you want to do? Just cut its head off?
I'm prepared
Probably,
to let him
yeah.
go. He doesn't know anything, and he doesn't know anything about us. And he's a peon, so even if he goes back to Zardarock, he'll have failed his mission, so he'll just be killed anyway. So, and to be honest,
And
if
they'll have
we do
information.
alert our enemies and they come after us, that's good. That saves us a lot of trouble.
I still think we should put the fear of God in him. The fear of.
All right, I'll speak more about Shar to him, and then we'll let him go.
No,
I
I'm
would
gonna do my thing
also-
where I think we try to curse him. All right, tell him that if he tells anyone that about anything that happened here with us, die.
Wait, hold on. So you guys wanted to kill Thub, but not this guy.
I mean, I didn't want to kill Thu. I don't want to kill anyone if we have to. That's why.
Well, Thu, we were in a castle filled with angry cultists, and he was sleeping with us. This guy, we're just going to let go, and he's going to, do his own thing. Maybe he'll try and steal our Shardolite in the night, and then we kill him then. But I mean, that's the most threatening thing he can do.
I mean, he can turn invisible and slash our throats while we sleep.
Well, that's why you have alarm magic. Right?
In any
I like
event,
that.
look, if Ilina, if
Plus, I
you
sleep
want
with
to
my
kill
helmet
him, it's as long as I don't get dragged into it, I'm not going to stop you.
Like I said, I'm letting him go. I'm voting for letting him go. If this is a democracy or something.
All right, so we have 1 kill, 1 let go. Does anyone else wish to vote? Hey,
I
Derek. I mean,
I would let
that
him
guy
go.
knocked you on your ass, right? I don't know
He
if it was
did.
this guy specifically, but
No, it was him. He had a bit Ming backswing. However, that being said, even though he did try to kill me, we did come in, I wouldn't say unannounced, but we came in regardless, and they may have been under the perception that we were here to kill them to begin with. And thus, that's why they attacked. I'm not going to fault him for attacking us.
Plus, they're unwitting pawns of Asmodeus. You know,
Yeah, he seems to be a firm believer that he is not the pawn of a devil. So perhaps we could just release him and then maybe reinforce the idea that he should question his leader maybe a little bit more should he see him again.
all right. So what's the vote count stand at? 2 for letting him go.
2 for letting him go. Rock.
Oh, I don't think we should let him go. I don't like Dwargar. They give dwarves a bad name. There ain't dwarves. Remember that.
Yeah.
So I don't know much about Dwargar, but I do not feel okay with just letting him go. That is
I
a
mean,
very optimistic and I would say naive way of thinking that someone is just going to be an innocent, misled person that will just go forth and do no evil.
All right, Margram. The party has voted, and apparently they're going to kill you. Sorry. Don't join a cult next time. I guess if you ever revive or whatever. Have a good day.
all right,
Since
Ilina,
I didn't vote for killing him.
You're up.
I told you what you wanted to know.
Apparently the party's not satisfied. Sorry, buddy.
Oh, yeah, this will make it hurt less.
Is there anything that we didn't ask that you think would be useful? Because right now, I would not say that you've earned any reason for us to let you go.
Is this Ilina trying to intimidate? Okay, make an intimidation check for me.
Not scary. It actually, I'll use my inspiration because I've been sitting on that forever.
Okay. Okay, so the Dwergar here, Margrom, he's sitting down and you pull up a stool and you kind of like get real close to him and you kind of sit there and just kind of like stare at him a little bit. Kind of like Eldritch Blast just like twiddling around in your fingers. Oh, okay, look, if I could tell you where Dirth and Nildar are supposed to be. I don't know if they're still there, but maybe then you'll let me go.
Seems fair.
So, I'm
Is
just
that
gonna
okay?
I'm just gonna keep staring at him.
He looks over at Pebble and Tarek because you guys are the closest to like kind of get some reassurance.
What are you looking at us for? She's the one that's gonna kill you.
I asked you politely 20 minutes ago to give me this information, and I just sort of give a shrug with my shoulder.
I give him the gesture of like he should start speaking about what he was going to say.
Okay. So Dirth, he's I'm not from around here, so I don't know the town names perfectly. It's East Home, East Haven. East Haven. That's what it's called. He's over there. And Nildar is what's the town? This one is Care something or other. He's in the other Care something or other.
Tarek will get the map from whoever has it, I believe, Ilina, and look over the town names and see if he can find which one matches what he's talking about.
Presumably there is a town called East Haven. And there are two cares. There are Care Dinaval, which is where you are, and there's Care Koenig, which is slightly to the north.
While he's trying to remember the name of the second care, I'll say, do you mean Koenig?
I think that's the one.
Or did you mean Slavic? Makes one up just to test him.
Is that maybe it's that one? I don't know. It's one of the cares, and it's not this care.
Do
And
I
thought
think
there was
he's
only
lying
two
to us?
cares.
Can I make an insight check to see
Sure.
if
Yeah. Absolutely.
he's spilling the beans here?
It seems genuine. He seems like he might be doubting himself a little, but he believes this to be true.
Any timeline on when they were supposed to be there? Like you say, they might have left. How long ago were they supposed to be there?
Well, they were supposed to be there until they received the signal.
But they left before you? How long have you been here?
We've only been here about a week.
How long before you did they leave?
They left about a week before we left the fortress. So probably, I mean, their travel time was a little bit more, so they've probably been there about a week and 2 weeks, probably.
What fortress are you referring to? Your one in the Underdark?
Well, I didn't say anything about a fortress.
Oh. So why don't you tell us about the fortress instead then?
Tarek starts coughing and then makes the gesture of talk more, even furiouser than he did before.
He kind of like sighs in exasperation. So, well, Zardarok, he's got a fortress here in Icewind Dale.
A Dwargar fortress, as it were?
Yeah, it's called, well, he just calls it Sunblight. It's not very original, but I guess it sounds kind of cool.
I thought that was his last name. Is that the name of the fortress?
It is, yeah.
A lot of people do that.
And where exactly is it?
Well, it's in the spine of the world.
Of course, he put it in the damn mountains.
They are still Dwargar. The spine of the world is a big place. Perhaps some landmarks to help us or help you find it if you were to return.
Well, there's a lot of mountains, and there's some more mountains.
Let's be real here. You're a goddamn Dwargar. You're gonna tell me that you can't tell one mountain from another? Be a little more specific here. We're not it's not our first rodeo.
Hey,
We know how to travel.
You point it out on the map for us.
Well, he might not know how to read a map, so I'd rather have him describe the physical attributes of it.
He could also point at anything he likes.
Yeah. Good idea. I mean, if you lie, she's gonna take your beard off. And then your head.
Well, it's just it's in the south. There's a part where the mountains open up, and you kind of follow that path, and probably about a day's worth of travel, and you get there.
You're being
Can
awfully
I leave
vague
now?
You're being awfully vague. Can you be more specific? Otherwise, I'm going to think you're lying to me.
There's only like one spot in the south where the mountains open up, and I mean, you can't really miss it.
Do you see
Alright, does it
anything on
check
the
out?
map that looks similar to what he's describing?
I can put you guys on the map real quick.
I also want to make another insight check to see if he's. Sounds like he's provocating to me, but perhaps I have some insights.
Yeah, make an insight check. Seems fair. I mean, he's doing his best, it sounds like.
So I mean, there is
I
this
think-
pass here, but it's also really big.
Also, this other pass.
Is this like a forest area? This like trees? I mean, it looks like it. I'm just assuming, correct?
Those are trees. Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna look up to him. This opening in the mountain, is it just mountains or is there trees?
Well,
Totally not showing him the map, but
there's a cluster of trees there.
just a
Lots
cluster.
of trees or just a small cluster?
I don't
Like,
know
how
what that
long would
means.
you say that it would take you to get out of the trees? Like, just maybe an hour or a few hours.
No, it's pretty quick.
Okay.
And is it, are we talking like straight south from here? Southeast? Southwest?
When we left the fortress, we just came north.
I go over to Tarek. I think
I
he's
just
smart for
kind
that.
of follow instructions.
Though I'm not sure if this guy's smart enough to know his norths from his northeasts.
However, I mean, based on what he's saying, he's narrowed the location significantly. I mean, as Tarek continues his point, I mean, based on what he said, it really could only be from like there to there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be too much forced for him to get through.
I say I've been up in these mountains. They're not pleasant to travel in, but I haven't been in this part of the mountain before.
All right, so I go to Margrim here, and so Margrim, this information you've given us is actually actionable, and so I'm willing to argue on your behalf to let you go, but it's going to require an oath from you in the names of Zardarok and Deep Dwara that you will not harm the residents of Icewind Dale. You will not seek revenge against us, referring to the party, or attempt to claim our what do they call those stones again? I forgot.
They're Shardolin.
Or try and claim any Shardolin or do any bodily harm against us. Are you willing to swear such an oath?
That's a lot of words. I just want to go home.
Yep, and these words are really important. I need to know because I know you take Zardarok and Deep Dwara very seriously, and I know you take the Shardolin very seriously, so I need your word that you will not seek out any revenge or thievery or otherwise obstruct us.
The gist of what he's saying, my friend, is when you leave, do you swear upon your God not to harm anyone that isn't trying to harm you?
I mean, a man's got to eat.
Do I get to keep my Shardolin?
I look at Obletus. Well, technically up to him, but I think based on what he was speaking with earlier, he is giving you all of that.
Whoa. He lied to me first, so he's definitely getting less now. I will give him. I hold out 2 of the less than fist-sized chunks. I believe this is more Shardolin than you came in with, and I think that's fair recompense for the trials you've been through. And I take out a 3rd piece of the less than fist-sized Shardolins, and for the emotional trouble you've been through, I'm willing to grant you this much Shardolin, provided you swear your oath now without any provocation or equivocating or quibbling. I'm not sure on the words here. Common's not my first tongue.
Fine.
You can swear in Undercommon if you are so inclined.
He says a few choice words in Undercommon.
As you do that, I cast Prestidigitation on him, putting, I don't know, some strange arcane symbol on his chest, like with the last bit there. Make a color, small mark, or symbol appear on an object or surface for 1 hour.
I think that was a joke from Suture saying he could swear in Undercommon, so he swore.
It's true.
In Undercommon.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
When he does that, I do this anyway. So there, you've been marked. Don't go back on your word or you'll regret it.
He hasn't given his word yet.
Well, you've been marked anyways.
So one more time, Morgrim, with a little more seriousness. This is your life on the line, after all.
I won't hurt anyone unless they're trying to hurt me.
I give him a thumbs up.
I do it again, except make a second mark.
But you need to swear it in the name of Zardarok and Deep Dora.
Boy, this magic's getting tiring. I can only curse them so many times.
Won't hurt anyone in the name of Zardarok or Deep Dwera.
Nope, that's not quite right. You have to say, in the name of Zardarok and Deep Dora, I will not hurt anyone. Because that you could just, say, oh, I'm hurting you in the name of Morgrim instead of in the name of Zardarok. And you try and quibble one more time, I'm going to kill you myself. I'm sick of your shit. And I'm going to take out my Warhammer and step up to him. So make a choice. Swear sincerely and get your Chardolin and leave, or die because you can't be trusted.
In the name of Deep Dwera and Zardarok, I won't hurt anyone unless they try to hurt me.
And then you won't seek to acquire our Chardolin or seek revenge against us?
Sure.
Say it, please, as an oath.
I won't try to hurt you.
All right. I'm going to coup de grace him. He's quibbling. I warned him.
Turk is gonna gesture and stop Obletus before he does this. He just give him a second, let him finish. And I started making the gesture again towards him.
All right.
Furiously.
I let Tarek physically restrain me, but I so that's then. So I wait to see if he finishes his oath.
Okay. I won't try to steal anything from you or whatever it is you wanted.
Once again, you're forgetting to swear it in the name of Deep Dwera.
In the name of Deep Dwera and Zardarok, I won't steal from you.
I pat his shoulder and I'm just, good job.
So I guess I'll look to the three who were voting for the death penalty before. Ilina and Pebble, I guess, are in here. Is Drak here also? So
as he's finishing, as he's finishing his oath, I'll just presumably I was holding a half-casted Eldritch Blast in my hand. I'll just let it fly wide and fire it to the back of the room. Here.
Can I go now?
Do I see any dissenting opinions from those who wanted to kill him originally?
Well, I mean, we should probably take the rope off him before we let him know. It's a pretty valuable rope, I think. Hey, Rock! Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. For a second, I thought they got you out there. I think you might want to, unrope this guy.
All right, I come and grab the rope and say, Python!
As he's getting the rope off of him, I'll kind of kneel down, somewhat near Margrim, and as he's getting untied, tell him, I know you weren't too keen on believing it to begin with, but I'm sure you're going to visit your people again at some point. I would have a little bit more caution. Things aren't as you believe them, and your leader isn't taking you down the path you think he is. You might not see it now, but you might see it then.
Sure. Can I go now?
Oh, hold on. One more quick thing. Hey, Bleedus, what was the name we gave to the, for us, that we gave to the townspeople?
The name of our fake adventuring group?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I'll also pull out a ration and...
Drop, you remember?
Oh yeah, it was Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. All right. Hey, and if anyone ever asks what happened here, tell them Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe got him.
Dewey, Cheater and who?
Good enough. As you were, out you go.
My Charlotte, please.
I take out 3 less than fist-sized chunks of Chardolin, and I put them on the table in front of him.
You promised me more.
Yeah, but then you lied to us. This is what you get right now.
I didn't lie.
You prevaricated. You tried to mislead us. You withheld information. Whatever you want to call it. I'm not here to play semantics.
Very well. He scoops all of it into his hand and sticks it in his pocket. Can I go now?
Yeah.
Remember, do we cheat them and how? And kick on the butt.
Did he take Tarek's ration?
Excuse me. He says to Drock.
We'll never know if he took my ration.
He just completely ignored you.
What?
I'm going to double check my pockets after he leaves to make sure that he didn't try and steal something on the way out.
He did not.
Quick, Ilina, go Eldritch Blast him as he's running away.
Let's not be like that.
So I'm going to take a set, presumably taking a short rest or something. And I'm going to say, so we have a couple leads here. We can try and find the Dwargar in the other towns, possibly stopping them from doing what they're doing. Or we could inadvisably try and assault a Dwargar fortress that we haven't precisely located. We also could probably try and inform some leadership about this. But, what do you think the next plan of action should be?
I mean, I think we're planning on heading back to Bryn Shadar, right? We're gonna tell the speaker about, what's his face here being fucking dead.
Well, I mean, we're really near Caer Konig, so it wouldn't take us long to check that.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do?
We can also
knock,
presume
knock,
he's
I
going
hear
to-
there's Durgar around.
We can presume he's probably going to head south, and whether or not he decides to visit East Haven or not, he may attempt to find the Dwagar there. I would assume he's going to head towards the fortress, but
Maybe you could keep an eye on him till he leaves town, at least see which way he's headed. If you were so inclined,
I could very well do that.
or at least until he
However,
goes invisible.
I would need some special eyes if he has not already gotten invisible.
Did I already use thing for the day? I apparently did not. All right. So I will give Tarek 300 feet of dark vision for the next hour, so he can use it to track Morgrim here.
I will head out the door and see which way he went, assuming he hasn't gotten visible yet.
Sorry, say that again.
I will head out the door, assuming, and ask Drock which way he walked in, and then tail him at least until the outskirts of town.
Yeah, so he just heads out the town. I can move you to. Where are you guys? There you are. So he just turns here, and looks like he's heading out here and out of the town.
I'll pretty much follow him all the way up until I make it to there, and I'll just watch to see if it looks like he's heading down south, or just to make certain.
Yeah, it looks like right now he's just kind of following the road.
That is the road that goes south, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I didn't remember if it branched off.
Yeah, it kind of like it heads off and then it heads south. Yeah.
I assume this road here leads north to Kirkhoning.
Okay. Then I shall head back to the inn.
In the meantime, while he was doing that, which presumably takes 10, 20
Taking a
minutes
look
around.
just to see like if there's any happenings going on in the road as well as I walk my way back down.
The streets are empty.
What time is it, by the way? What time is the election supposed to?
You don't know about the election. They haven't really like set anything in stone that you guys know of.
I mean, I said it took Stein, so
Oh, that's fair. You did. So you would have set it for later that night. Presumably, it would have been right around now. It is getting kind of late at night at this point. After you guys have slept, you've handled Gargoyle Lady, you've cleared out the sewers, you've done all of this all in one day. It's getting pretty late. Probably about like 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
So presumably we're gonna camp out for a night. But what's our plan for tomorrow? Like, where are we gonna investigate first? Once again, I posit the question to the party.
I still think we should take the day to head back to Bryn Shandar. I mean, the closest thing we have to an ally.
So as you guys are
is
talking,
there, right?
With what Ilina just said in chat, so you guys hear a scream from Ilina in the kitchen as the 2 knives fly out of the kitchen.
Boy,
Is this a roll for initiative thing?
No.
what happened, Ilina?
Yeah, don't. It's okay.
Huh?
Everything's okay.
What would you do?
Nothing. It's okay.
Did you kill someone?
Can I make an insight check to see if Ilina is really okay?
Sure. How's Ilina really feeling?
Well, right now, technically the situation is okay. She's shaken, but okay.
So more embarrassed than actually scared, or it was scary, but she's
A
fine.
little bit confused.
Wait, so what were you throwing knives at?
No one?
Why would you throw knives at no one?
Better than throwing knives at someone.
Oh, okay, fair point. I accept.
I mean,
this.
unless you're trying to hurt that someone.
Yeah, well, nobody here.
So I don't understand. Were you trying to hurt the knife?
No.
I mean, everything I've seen you try to kill is fucking dead. Except the guy we just let go, I guess. So what were you trying to kill then? Like, did a fish come and bite you or something?
No. How about I'll put it this way? It's
What,
it's the reverse of wait, hold on.
Are you seeing ghosts?
No, I'm just questioning the way things went with that Dorker. It's okay.
Oh, so you're angry.
I will simply say, Ilina, that the foundation of a good, air quotes, adventuring party is honest and forthright discussion. If you have any concerns over the way it was handled or lingering doubts about the actions we took, there's no harm in voicing them and discussing them like adults. Rather, keeping secrets and hiding and letting things fester is a surefire way to lead to more trouble down the line. Best to, be honest early than, have a big betrayal later.
I agree. I don't think it was handled poorly. I don't know. I haven't been, I guess, in this intensity of a interrogation situation before.
Really? Look on your face. It's like, I don't know. It's like you do this every other day. Like your night job or something.
I think that has more to do with my face than how I feel about it.
Wait, so you say you've like never ripped someone's nails off before?
No, I have not.
I mean, to be honest, neither have I. I give Pebble a look like he's the weird one here. Although you can't tell because I'm wearing a helmet.
Oh, Tarek, have you ever tortured anyone?
No?
What the hell? You guys are all acting like a bunch of psychopaths. I thought you were a bunch of psychopaths. And sure, I was thinking I was the only one that had like a soul left.
For my part, I actually don't like Dwergar, but he did give us some good stuff, so you gotta let him live at that point.
Alright, Brock, have you ever pulled anyone's fingernails out? Or toenails?
One time I did pull my own off, but that was an accident.
So you're one of those people.
Well, I was testing a new thingamajig, and it happens.
Wait, so you said, okay, hold on. Real quick, so we're not a whole bunch of cold-blooded murderers who just hurt people for fun.
Oh no, if you had actually been going to kill him, I probably would have gotten cold feet and tried to stop you, but then it'd have been too late, and it would have eaten it in my conscience forever, and I would have felt really bad for the rest of my life.
Oh, thank God. For a second here, I thought I was stuck with a bunch of crazy people.
I like to murder
Says
with a
the
purpose.
person, Tarek yells from, still sitting over where he's at. Says the person who voted to kill the Dweger to begin with.
Look,
Yeah, I'd like to point out that I voted to let the guy go, and I feel like you think I'm the most, I don't know, violent amongst the group,
Oh,
which
no,
I
no,
which I
you're
feel
easily
I'm
number
feeling a
two.
little,
Ilina takes number one by
misjudged
a
you.
mile. But I mean, like, maybe I'm not good at judging people.
For the rest of my life!
Look, let me put it this way, alright? Until yesterday, like, I've never killed anything more harmful than, like, a stag. And in the last 2 days, I'm taking 2 lives.
Must be nice to have lived so long so comfortably.
You know what it was? Killing people sucks.
Didn't you approach me to become a no? That was Drock. Well, I mean, if adventuring is not for you, you can always give it up. No one's gonna malign you too badly. Worst case, get a song sung about you about how you're a chicken.
Hey,
I suppose at least
I'm the
he's
one
not
singing
doing
the songs.
that. And I point at, I gesture at Drock. I didn't think it bothered them that much.
I mean, hey, Jock, he's not dead, you know?
Wait, he's not?
No, you saw him walk out.
I did?
You took the rope off of him.
Well, yeah, I thought you were gonna kill him and didn't want to harm my rope.
But you guided him out the damn door.
He walked past you.
Oh, that was him.
Who?
Oh,
Who did you think it was?
Not to make you feel
I
bad
don't
though.
know.
We did kill an innocent in the sewers, and by
Let's
we I
not
mean
say we.
me. I mean, collectively we did.
I was sitting in front of a statue the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I was rowing the boat, so I guess that makes me kind of guilty by association, huh?
Though I, at the very least, believe that you weren't doing it intentionally. So, I mean, as sad of as it is a thing that happened,
Oh shit!
Or
Yeah,
in hostile
it
territory.
was manslaughter at worst, and self-defense at best.
you could have apologized more.
He,
Wait, Jock? I think the man's had a bit too much to drink.
Excuse me. You guys hear coming from the door outside?
yeah, doors
Who's
open.
it?
In walks Rourke. He is the tavern keeper of the uphill climb.
Oh,
You
don't
guys are
mind the
still here.
bodies.
That's Dwergar, huh?
I mean, technically, there's no. I guess there's. Elena should have one body here, and there's one outside. So yes, third dwarf here. Plus
Tarek
bloodstain.
gets up and kind of walks towards him. Yeah, well,
Long
we
story.
kind of took care of the cultists for you, whether with no point in leaving your town still in danger. It was one thing that we found out when we were up there, and they were planning something for your town, and it wasn't good. You may not like us
Oh, I
for
know.
the unfortunate deed that transpired, which I wish didn't happen, but it unfortunately did. But it doesn't mean we should just outright leave you in danger, regardless.
So, what
So
brings
does
you
your
to our
visit have a
humble
reason?
abode?
It's appreciated. I was hoping to hear what happened at the care.
Well,
I believe there's more than one side to every story.
Well, sit down. We pour you a cup of ale,
It's whiskey, I thought.
whiskey. It's Durgar whiskey. You like
considering what
Durgar
I've done
whiskey?
to Drock, I don't know if he should drink any when I'm trying to when we're trying to tell him something.
Look, don't
I
don't
suppose I
drink
could
too
have
much.
a drink before my journey. And at this point, you notice he's actually got a pretty hefty travel bag on him.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to make the trek to Bryn Shander.
No, you
Oh.
know, you can save us a trip. Mind
Did
like
you
carrying
decide
a
on
letter with us, with you.
I'm sorry, all of you were talking at once.
Sorry, go ahead.
Does your trip to Bryn Shander have something to do with getting a new speaker?
Well, Care Dinaval has a new speaker, like it or not.
Is that you?
It would seem I'm the only one capable.
Congratulations on your promotion.
Yeah. He seems less than enthusiastic.
I understand from the look that the burden of leadership is not something you particularly want.
Which maybe will make you a better leader than the past one.
We can certainly hope. The news of Speaker Seaver is disheartening. But who knows? Maybe this is a new chapter in the saga of Care Dinaval.
I would like to believe so. Hopefully, now that we've rooted out the cultists in this area, your town will be free from its influence furthermore. And you'll have less things to worry about.
Hey, Jelly.
Speaking of the cultists, and
Grafstahl.
assuming at this point that he's sit down.
Welcome.
Yeah, if he's ready to listen, I would begin kind of recanting the details as they went, just kind of brushing up the major things.
Sure. Do you tell him everything? Do you tell him all the truth? Do you lie?
I don't think I particularly have anything to lie about, but I won't necessarily say it in the most brutalist, like the flat out terms. Like we were denied entry. We went inside, or we snuck inside, presuming that something wasn't quite right. And we were attacked by all the cultists. And I will not mention that the speaker was alive when we got there. I shall hold that truth. I'll mention that when we went to go rescue him, we were told he was still alive, but when we entered, he was dead.
It was awful. A bloody scene.
And then the adventures into the sewers. While I was not there personally to see the misfortune that happened, we were still clearing it of hostiles, and we had reason to believe from the cook as well as the stable boy and the girl that there was some cultists in the sewers, quite powerful ones. And that is when the unfortunate accident occurred. And I'll gesture towards Obletus and I'll say, he most certainly did not mean to harm anyone that wasn't innocent that day. He may not have handled it the most gracefully, but it was never meant to happen. And even though my condolences cannot change what has occurred, I still offer them nonetheless.
So this town, it's been ran by cultists. Cultists to this. I'm sorry, did you say his name was Leviticus?
I have been told that it's actually Levistus. Or did I type it? Is it actually Levistus or is it?
It is Levistus.
Okay, I just want to make sure that my notes are right.
This is
So,
troubling
unfortunately,
news.
this may not be the only town.
He downs his drink and looks to whoever has the bottle for another.
All right, plenty left. Nice of them to leave us so much whiskey.
I'd also mention
Well,
that the reason for us, since I hadn't mentioned it truly, the reason for this overstaying our welcome, even though you had already asked to leave, the Dwagar here were also involved. Not in the same manner as the cultists, but they were under the directive of a different Lord of Hell.
I got 2 Lords of Hell here. Looks like your town is in a hell of a spot.
Whatever they were intending to do, to our knowledge, they did not accomplish yet.
Well, I appreciate the news, as troubling as it is. As the new speaker, I will pardon you for the murder of the servant. It'll take a while for the town to get over it. So I suggest you don't idle here for long, especially since I won't be here to smooth things over. Until,
No offense, but I don't think we're planning on either sticking around or coming back.
well, that's probably for the better for all of us right now.
That's actually not true.
No? Or sticking around?
Well, we're probably going to spend the night because it's getting late.
I mean,
and-
yeah, for a day, but I mean, like...
And you still have a shrine to a demon in your basement, so if you don't rectify that, I will probably make a visit back here at some point to remove that.
I mean, as I imagine the speaker will take care of that one for us. Right, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I mean, I don't know how long I'll be in Bryn Shander. Me and I'm still new at this. I think her name's Shane.
Yeah? Duvessa? What about her?
we
She's
gotta-
good. She's a nice lady. Gave us this map.
That's what I've heard. I've not met her, but I imagine we'll all become acquaintances soon enough. But I've got to go take care of that, and then I've got to get the town going. I probably will ignore the care for a while.
Yeah, sure.
Are you planning
At
on
the
leaving
very
tonight?
least, there's no cultists to perform any rituals at said shrine, so. it
If
shouldn't
you're
go
going to
wrong.
Bryn Shander, perhaps we give you a piece of Chardolin. Did we mention Chardolin to him? Well, anyway, Chardolin seems to be highly desired by these demon worshippers. So I take out one of the pebbles of Chardolin. Usually comes in bigger chunks than this. The cultists had it in necklaces, and the Dwargar had, fist-sized chunks of it. But apparently, lets them, considered highly valuable to them. Some of them used it to cast magic, as I recall. But you might want to keep an eye out for more of it, both as a thing that the demon worshippers want, and also as people wearing it openly are probably demon worshippers. And so I hand him a pebble of Chardolin, or Chardolin, whatever it is.
Hey, we
I
should
will,
write you like a note too, because Miss Shane there, she's real fond of us. I think we can give you a letter of recommendation.
I don't think that will be necessary, but I will certainly let her know of what has happened here and what you have done for Cara Denival. What do I call you?
Or do we cheat them and how?
Is that actually your name?
I don't know. Does anyone have a better idea? Didn't think so.
Surely there could be anything else you could think of, Pebble, that isn't that.
I'm open to suggestions. I mean, like, we could be Ilina's murder crew or something. Wait, no, but Ilina doesn't.
How about this?
How about this is a better name than Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe?
The Winds of Justice. And I gesture to Obletus.
That's a little pretentious.
Oh, you did say you came here to do justice. We've done quite a bit of it.
Have
Jack
we?
puffs up his chest a little bit. Well, I mean, we did.
We
just
can be
completely save
the
the town from cultists.
5 musketeers. There's 5 of us. And we don't have muskets.
Well, I'll tell you what.
We haven't really thought of the group.
She probably knows who you are. I mean, she sent you here, right?
Just
More or
mention the
less.
good-looking man in
So,
armor.
I'll just say that her adventurers, but maybe you should come up with a better name.
If it, I mean, for sake of transparency, my name is Tarek. I've already introduced myself to her, so that name she will at least recognize. Also, if she doesn't for whatever reason, you can tell her it is the group that she sent here to Care Dinaval and the ones that gave her the talking rock.
Alternative names.
All these attorneys at law.
Right, so, yeah, were you planning on heading out now? Because if you head out now, you're going to get there, like, in the middle of the night. They don't open the doors that night.
I have a sister in East Haven. Figured I'd go let her know what's going on, stay the night there, and then head to Bryn Shander.
All right, well, just,
And he mentions East Haven. I'm kind of like furrow my brow a little bit, and I don't know if it will be an issue immediately. It's something we, I believe, intend to look into, but based on some of the information we were able to gather from, I don't mention the one that we let go, but the Dweger, and I kind of gesture towards the ones that are already dead. There may be some there as well.
I'm sorry, Lackey's name is really good.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't plan on staying for long, so if there is threats in East Haven, maybe we'll see you about. Anyway, I should be off. Good luck
Safe
out
travel.
there. He finishes his drink and heads out the door.
hey, so now,
Did
we're
anyone
not
give him a letter?
murderers anymore. That's good.
He already said he was going to speak about all this to her, so
All right, are we camping in here? Don't mind the bloodstains. I'm sure it only tracks ants, which probably don't live in the cold north.
Yeah, hey, were there, like, beds and stuff upstairs, Dark, when you went up there? You know, something
it
soft
was.
and warm to sleep in?
I mean, there's a couple of old, torn up blankets and pillows. No beds. It's pretty much
I
bare.
guess that'll have to do. Oh, I think, okay, let's see if we can
Mind you,
figure out
it's
how
not
to
very
use
easy
this.
to get up there.
I take Brock's rope. I've seen him use this before. Oh, what was the word? Python,
Python.
right? Python. Does the rope
I
work?
don't. Brock, does the rope work for other people?
I should think so. I don't know that you need to be attuned. Let me check though. Does not require attunement, and it just says if you're holding it and say the command word, it does what you want it to.
I use it to, like, tie a thing to help us get up the rickety, broken stairs.
Alina, these corpses are just corpses, it looks like.
Alright.
So Pebble goes over to the stairs and Python, and the rope curls itself around to some wooden planks, and you have a reasonable climbing rope to get upstairs.
All right, well, I'm sleeping with the blankets, or whatever you said that way. Here, I'll toss one down. You guys can like cover rock or something, so he doesn't like freeze to death.
How's the condition on these cushions?
They're torn up. It looks like there's been a lot of people just like walking on them with like mostly just like bare feet, but they've been stabbed and the fluffing is like coming out and everything. But they're better than sleeping on hardwood.
Ilina, I don't suppose you have any like cleaning magic? I think prestidigitation can clean.
No.
All right,
I can make things light up.
Pebble, can you clean things with magic?
Oh, do I have to climb down there again?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on my way. What do you need cleaned?
These cushions. I'm gonna set up a little lean-to on cushions rather than the floor.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. All right. Well, take me a little while. Let me get started on it. I can prestidigitate like it's like a square foot every 6 seconds.
Sure, but I mean, so that's 10 square feet a minute. So like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, it takes like 10 minutes or so. So you're able to get like all the stains and everything out of it. But as far as like getting the fluff back in, you wouldn't be able to do that unless you know the mending cantrip as well.
I don't.
But at least they smell nicer. They're not stained anymore.
Once they're clean, I'm gonna go poke Drock repeatedly.
All right. Well, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Right.
Would you like to sleep on something soft and warm tonight?
Oh, here, take
Yeah.
these spare blankets and pillows. I just rolled them down the stairs.
Did you clean them first?
Well, of course.
All right. Anyway, Drock, I need you to fix up these cushions so they're more comfortable. Already cleaned them.
Oh, I could do that in my sleep.
Yeah, Tarek, there is a lock to the door that you can close and lock it up.
And as a extra kind of precaution, I'm going to set like a couple of stools, not barring it per se, but just in front of it, so that if anyone manages to open the door, they're going to knock them over. And I will
Okay.
go and lock the downstairs as well, if it can be locked.
It's a lot harder to get downstairs because this is where the once you get to the door over here, it's basically just like a complete drop off. So you'd be able to get down pretty easily, but getting back up would be very difficult.
I suppose that door wouldn't have a lock, would it?
It would not, no.
I will just close it and then shimmy this barrel in front of it.
Sure. So the cushions have been mended, the doors have been locked and trapped. Pebble is upstairs. What's everyone else doing?
All right. Ilina, Drock, we'll set up a watch. I'll go first because Drock's asleep. Then Tarek, then Ilina, then Drock. Okay, since Drock's already asleep.
Okay, just wake me up. And at this point, Elena's like just slumped over the table, already half asleep.
Are you drunk as well?
No.
Oh yeah. So Obletus, walks around for his first watch or whatever, and then we'll wake up Tarek after it's done, and then set up his sleeping bags, and I'll make a lean-to out of his tent, like a little tarp or whatever, a wubby, and sleep on the cushions.
Does Elena just look like she's exhausted because she also too almost died, or is it like something else? Because I'm assuming we're not that tired, but
That is up to you.
I'd say it's looks like a combination of factors. Probably not like energy tired, but definitely just drained.
very well. I'll head over up on this kind of like stand area and then kind of set my bedroll up. But I won't go to sleep. I'm going to meditate.
Does anybody have anything they want to do while they're keeping watch?
I do not.
Cool.
Whenever it's my turn, I'd like to make the alchemy jug, but it's not yet. So
Yeah, we're just gonna kind of fast forward. So if you want to make the alchemy jug, not a problem. You guys wake up in the morning. You've all had a restful night's sleep. You can go ahead and roll hit dice if you'd like and do all that kind of stuff.
Well, after a long rest, you'd be full of points, right?
Yeah, sorry, I mean regain hit dice because you guys have used some of them.
Did we? I don't think we took a short rest.
You guys
No, I think I
did
used
in
one
the
for sure.
castle, I think. Regardless, you guys took a long rest. What would
we
you guys
took
like to do?
we took a long rest since the castle.
Did we level up?
Nope.
Jay.
All right, so it's morning. Presumably, we eat breakfast or whatever. Nothing untoward happens. I check my Chardolin stack to make sure nobody stole any.
It is still there.
All right, and I once again talk to the party. So, Care Koenig.
I climb down and give the rope back to Rock. Rock, that's a nice rope you got there.
Oh yeah, you want some honey or wine or fresh water, mayonnaise, basic poison?
I can make some
Mayonnaise. Definitely mayonnaise.
I can make some fine mayonnaise and poisoned fish sandwiches.
Well,
If you
we'll
have
get
both.
one of them, though, right?
Yeah, we can only have one right away.
What if we take out some mayonnaise or poison now, and then combine them tomorrow?
I mean, mayonnaise is definitely good for multiple days in this weather. I don't know how long poison lasts for.
I feel like we're cycling back into that territory where Pebble thinks we're all psychos again.
Yeah, probably.
But seriously, I don't know when the next time we're going to be this far out. If we go back to Bryn Shander is, maybe we should hit up the two places nearby and deal with some more Dwergar.
Well,
Did you guys want to look at the map?
Sure.
That would probably be a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, going to their keep seems like a bad idea with, well, how little we know and how many of them there no doubt are.
And we haven't convinced, I doubt, and even with my extra word of warning, the others, Dwegar, aren't going to know that they're working for the wrong type of god, I suppose.
Did we find a blacksmith in this town?
There was a blacksmith building. There was not a blacksmith person.
I
Correct.
thought you heard someone like pounding away at stuff at some point. Was that not the case?
No, they were having sex.
Yeah, the only stuff that you guys found that might have resembled a blacksmith, there was an empty forge. And the only other one was when you guys were knocking down doors, there was the one guy who had like a craftsman's shed outside, but he didn't have a forge with it.
So nothing like a general store or a blacksmith was in town.
Not a Care Dinaval, no.
All right. Did we have a cart or wagon or anything?
Didn't bring it.
You didn't bring it. Yep.
Did we see any abandoned carts or wagons in the streets as we went through the town?
Or maybe in the
Uh,
care.
Yeah, there was one in the Care.
And there were dogs in the care. Kidnap their dogs.
Well, the problem is, I have 7 suits of armor that weigh over 40 pounds apiece, but I don't want to just leave them here.
Yeah, so we could go to the care, get their
Well, I hear Care Koenig is more prosperous than Care Dinaval, so we could sell them at Care Koenig.
I mean, we go to this care, the care here, right?
We've-
They have sled dogs and they have sleds.
I mean, if you're willing to go, I feel like if I walk up to the care past everybody, I will upset them unduly, and I'm attempting to be, what's the word you guys said, diplomatic about this matter. So
Civile.
Yeah, I'll go see about borrowing their dogs.
I don't think any of us are in the good graces of these people, and we've done about as much as we can to repair that, and I don't think we should attempt to dismantle it all.
No, I'm not going to deal with the people. I imagine somebody, hopefully the dog boy's been back to feed the dogs. Hopefully they're not they wouldn't have starved to death over a day. But
Well, think of it from their point of view. They're going to watch the people that they told to leave, go back up to the care, theoretically come out with all the dogs. They're going to assume that we just forced the boy to give them to us or just killed the boy.
Well, we can talk to the boy.
and then we leave.
So I'm saying we leave the dogs?
with him the first time.
All right, fine. Maybe we don't talk with them. All right, we can leave the dogs.
So we didn't see any carts or wagons of any sort about town.
I mean, what are we going to do with the wagon
there was
without a
one at
dog
the
to
fair.
pull it? I'm gonna say if
It
we
was-
want to
it was
take it,
sled-
basically we
sled
have to take the dogs from the dogs and the sled from the care.
Well, I mean,
You
if,
could
if
also-
we have rope up like a board with like 2 skis under it, I could just drag the armor to Kirkonig. It's not that far.
But then that'll make the
We
trip
also
take
just
like
take
twice
what
as
we
long.
can carry. We don't have to take all of it.
All right, so I hand a suit of scale mail to each of the other party members.
I already
I don't
have a
think I
sort
can
of scale now.
actually wear that, can I?
Nope, but you can carry it to where we can sell it.
Oh, I see.
It's
We're our
worth-
own pack mules.
It's worth about 25 gold pieces. So if you don't want 25 gold pieces, you can leave yours behind.
I'll stick it in my bag.
So that leaves 2 suits on account for. Can I carry 2 suits of scale mail? I don't know what my weight is. How much weight can I carry as with 15 strength?
I don't actually know.
I want to say it's
The-
like 20 times your strength score or something like
Something
that.
like
I
that.
think 10 times. Well, if you're doing the default rules, it's like 10 times is your unencumbered, and then as you go above that, you gain various penalties. I think 20 times is your absolute limit at which you can. Anymore, you can't move.
Apparently it's base is 15, although commonly people double that. And then yeah, the encumbrance goes up from there.
So
Oh no,
15
that's
times.
carrying capacity.
So 15 times 15 is 225. So my current weight is about 100 pounds. So basically, I'd be slightly encumbered if I carried 3 suits of armor.
He's right. It is 10 times your strength score. Carrying capacity is the 15, but that's for like being able to move at all.
Is anyone else as strong as I am? Like 14, 15 strength?
I have 12.
Because, all right, so I guess I can carry 2, and then we'll leave 1 behind. No
Are you
one
sure
else.
you don't want to go get the dogs? I mean, like, it'd be really cool.
Or
to
can I
have
split up
sled
the
dogs.
can I split up the last 2 between the other 4 party members, and that way, like I
Like just take the pieces apart and be like, here
Yeah.
you go. Here's a
I mean,
back
like-
plate.
Yeah, one of you takes the gauntlets, one of you takes like the leggings.
is that reasonable, GM?
Yeah, I'll say between all of you guys, if you're like taking them apart and not carrying, like 3 full suits by yourself, I would say you guys would be able to carry all of them.
All right, fantastic. All right, having loaded up everyone in the party with a suit of scale mail plus change, thus carrying 7 suits of scale mail between us, we head off to Kirkonig, barring anyone having any reason we should not do so.
I think that makes the. Even though I gave him the warning that there might be Dwegar in East Haven, the one we let go did go south. So if there is a group at Karakonig, they will not have been informed about us.
Unless they have talking rocks too.
Unless they have talking rocks too, which in that case we never really stood a chance. But
Oh, do you want a talking rock to the speaker in Bryn Shaddar to tell him that we're sending a new speaker? I mean, we can make it sound like we're the ones that orchestrated it.
I mean, why don't we wait till we see what we find in Karakonig before we waste our once daily communication with the speaker?
Seems fair.
All right, but then if we might lose a chance to strike first, poison the well, so to speak.
he's already said he's going to speak about what we've done here for the town, omitting all of the bad details. Well, I mean, or at least saying that we attempted to write them.
So we leave Caer Dineval through the north gate.
All right, and I assume you guys are just following the road, yes?
Assuming there is one, yes.
Yeah, there is. It basically takes you right around the mountain here, and then basically on the coast of Lochdenashire. It's actually a pretty easy trek. It only takes you guys about 2 hours on foot, even with carrying all of your scale mail and everything like that. Along the way, you don't see a whole lot of travel. It's certainly much less packed than it was on your road from Bryn Shander towards the fork between East Haven and Caer Dineval. But nothing super eventful happens. So about 2 hours later, you guys end up in Kaer Koenig.
Did we hear about what these fuckers sacrifice? Pardon my curse words. My undercommon was slipping.
As you enter, the first person you see, hey, what the fuck do you sacrifice?
As I say, I don't think you guys have heard yet. You are more than welcome to ask people as you arrive.
I'm sure we'll get sworn into the tithing the moment we come in the door.
Is there, so as we approach the town, A, what is this thing here? And B, are there any like guards on the street or road or anything like that? Like, what does it look like as we?
What is this thing here? What do you mean?
There's like some ruins or something right by the door.
Well, I assume we approach from here.
Yes, you do approach from there. That looks like the ruins of a castle.
Oh, well, we found the care. It's seen better days.
Does it look like it's been, well, I suppose it looks like it's probably been torn down for a while.
Yes, it has been demolished for quite some time.
Hey, Drock, tell us everything you know about this care.
Well, what do I know about in history? Is that thing?
Yeah, I think it's history.
Is it? It's stone, right? So I get it.
It is stone, yes.
And or wait, is it advantage? No, it's proficient double proficiency bonus. And if it were some kind of dungeon, then I'd have more information, but I don't.
Oh boy.
This
That's actually a 27, not a 25.
Jesus. The care looks similar to Kaer Dinaval, actually, as far as the stone that was used to make it. It has been demolished for some time. It doesn't look like it was demolished like intentionally, so there must have been some kind of battle or some kind of something that destroyed the whole thing. But it's so destroyed that there doesn't look like there's any hope for it. So it's not a surprise that they've just kind of left it to its own devices.
Well, very similar to the one down in Kaer Dinaval, but this one was clearly destroyed in some kind of war. See here, here, and here. That doesn't just happen on its own. Other than that, I mean, made by humans, probably these people. They haven't been keeping it up, though, obviously.
I mean, can't tell like how recently was its destruction?
A long time ago.
The voice in my head says a long time ago.
Okay, so it's not like Oral destroyed it as part of her, you know.
Oh, no.
Your sacrifices displease me.
They just leave the detritus of their history here, unlike some of us, I guess.
Very well.
All right, so as you guys enter Kaer Koenig, we're going to take a quick break.
Right.
That was quite the trek. I need a break.
Can I interest you in a gallon of mayonnaise?
One of these days, you're going to offer someone that gallon of mayonnaise, and they're going to be
It's actually
over
two. The other gallon is for me.
your own personal mayonnaise.
We're back.
Let me get some water.
I have returned. I see no one else has.
I'm here.
Oh, damn it. I was about to go and laugh maniacally as the only one here.
I was just enjoying my gallon of mayonnaise.
I understand the feeling. Wouldn't want to interrupt you.
Do you indeed?
Haven't we all had those days where we just want to sit down and enjoy a gallon of mayonnaise?
I'm back.
Welcome back. I ate a papaya. I think it's a papaya. Is papaya yellow?
I think so.
It was kind of sour.
What was it good?
I mean, it was fine. It was part of like a mixed fruit thing. So I got like some pineapple, some papaya, some cantaloupe, some melon, some grapes in here. And the papaya is like kind of a firm yellow fruit, assuming it's papaya. And I wasn't expecting the taste.
You know, we put papaya and pineapple in the same like thing. That's a lot of peas in one area.
I don't even know if it's a papaya because I've never actually like seen a whole papaya in my life. Well, I mean, I probably have, but I've never held one and recognized it as a papaya. I'm now Googling what papaya looks like, and to be honest, what I see in Google does not look like what I'm eating.
Yeah, if you have the thing where you dislike pattern dots, don't look up a papaya. Its seeds form the dot pattern.
I don't have that thing, apparently.
If I had seen a papaya from the outside, I would have assumed it was a squash.
Well, presumably the fact that it grows on trees would learn you that difference.
I would be unaware that squashes don't grow on trees. Are they a root? Actually, I would have suspected that it's a maybe
That's
it
a
looks like a
massive
root.
papaya.
I think squash is like a ground melon.
So like pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Way to
Rexy.
trigger your chat, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm not a safe for what's it, trinophobia or whatever streamer. Let's get that papaya picture off the tabs.
Are we all back?
I have just returned.
I do not know.
don't believe Knight is yet, based on the fact that she's muted.
Oh my
Dun
god.
dun dun.
Now Raven's gone too.
Well, you know what? Fine. If you want to hear
Try
it so
put-
bad.
Ooh, that was juicy.
Hold on. I don't know if it'll pick it up. Oh, no, it won't. I was going to try and pour it into the glass too, but that's no sound.
I mean, that was a very satisfying pop, though.
That was a good one. It's not every day you get that. That's some top quality mass manufacturing.
What are you drinking? Root beer?
Some off-brand Coke, Sam's Cola.
Ah,
So I like it more than regular. Root beer's good though. I should get root beer at some point.
I don't
trying
drink
to give
much
up
soda.
carbonated drinks.
But when I go to like Chili's or Fridays or whatever generic, not quite fast food restaurant, they usually have like fancy root beer in like bottles, and like you don't get a refill and you don't like or anything like that. But it comes in like a glass bottle that's chilled, and I really like it, the IBC root beer or whatever. So that's my my soda treat of when I go to those sorts of restaurants. Because normally I don't drink soda.
So a wise thing to do. I don't drink nearly as much of it as I used to. Just every once in a while, I'll get like a 12-pack of some Coca-Cola.
And go through it.
Of course,
in a
I
day.
don't drink soda, but I eat all sorts of other crap.
I mean, less
Perfect.
crap
Not
is
drinking
good.
Soda means that you have more room for other crap.
Exactly.
Not gonna lie, if I drank soda on top of other shit I
The
eat, I'd
law of
probably be like
equivalent
400 pounds.
exchange.
So confirm Blackies is not 400 pounds yet? Merely 350?
I was actually under 300 last summer. I'm sure I've gained weight since then, though. When I was riding my bicycle, I was down to like 280 pretty consistently at the time, but I'm sure I'm probably like pushing 300, 305 after the winter.
Mm. Don't animals usually like lose weight when they hibernate?
Yes, but I exercise less in the winter, but I don't cut down on my eating, and sometimes I actually eat more, depending.
It's
Because
like they trade out the exercising with the fasting.
And that whole like hibernating, I guess. Tough to eat while hibernating, huh?
When you're asleep the entire time.
I mean, if I could just sleep the entire time, I would do that. But sadly, I got to wake up sometimes, so yeah, it means I got to eat.
Anyways, I think we're all here now.
It's night back?
Yep.
Wonderful. So you guys arrive at Kaer Koenig. What would you like to do?
I would like you to describe it to us, please.
This is kind of what Kaer Dinaval would look like if it was actually an inhabited town. The streets are more populated. There doesn't seem to be any houses that are boarded up. There's a couple of businesses. It looks like your typical small fisherman town.
But the lake is still frozen.
The lake is still frozen. That doesn't mean they cannot ice fish.
Well,
I
these
kinda
guys
wonder-
can fish. Why can't the other guys fish?
Exactly.
I think the guys that
Me
care
and
did
Oblitas
are
had this
just
theological
idiots.
debate earlier.
But maybe
All
these guys have like a speaker that's not being held, captive. Probably helps.
So, what is this building right here that is like sort of nearest to the entrance of town?
It looks like a house. I mean, it's a much bigger house than any of the other houses that you see in direct eye line of entering the town, though.
All right, should we go knock on that house door and get some directions? I'm sure they'll be very welcoming.
Just so we're clear, knock does not mean kick the door in, correct? No kicking
Correct.
doors in.
Correct?
Is there not anyone out on the streets? Like,
I mean, but yeah, perhaps we don't
There
bother.
are people on the streets.
Yeah, like,
But any of them before we get to that house?
like this I saw. Excuse me,
Yes.
we're new here. Where exactly?
Welcome to Kaer Koenig.
Oh, thank you.
We don't get many travelers here.
Oh, what? I mean, this place looks very lively. We come from Kaer Dinaval, so it's
Yes. Well,
Everything looks lively, I suppose.
Some towns have not gone downhill as quickly as Caer-Dineval.
Oh, you seem to be faring well. But as travelers, we would be looking for, place to rest our weary legs. Yeah.
No, actually, we're looking for like a general store because we can sell some armor.
Oh, and that too. We have some good stuff.
You're asking for a lot. So what you would want? Frozen Fire Expeditions. They're just down the road here. That would be. She points down this road. That would be the general goods and smithing, and also if you are looking for a wilderness guide, they have a few there. And if you go further down, you'll find the market, and that is where the Northern Light is. That would be where you would want to find rest for the night. Also in the market is the Hook, Line, and Sinker. I strongly suggest you head there first. That's the local tavern. It's actually quite pleasant.
That's a
Who's
great
in
name.
charge here? Like where's like, because I see the cares destroyed. So where's like the speaker and local government centralized here?
Right here.
The big house.
Yeah, that would be it.
Thanks, you've been very kind.
Of course. Although I should mention it's quite early. Speaker Trovis is well, if he is there, he's probably not awake. You probably have better luck finding him in the alley or on the lake, though.
The what thought?
And the alley.
In an alley or he frequents the Hook, Line, and Sinker, if you know what I mean.
Ah.
A heavy drinker.
And-
I like them.
And sometimes he makes it home, but more often than not, he falls asleep in an alleyway, or he ventures onto the lake and falls asleep there. And well, luckily the cold doesn't bother him much.
Is he
I see that
blue?
competent leadership is rampant in the north.
Why doesn't the cold bother him?
Yeah, is he blue?
Oh, well, he is blue, yes.
Ah,
Oh.
I see.
I think it's I'm not very good with this. It's like his mom or his dad was like a dragon or something. I don't really understand it very well.
Does he have scales?
He does. He's like a walking, well, they're called dragonborn. Yes.
Neat. Let's go to the general store.
Well, thank you for your help.
You're welcome, and welcome to Caer Konig again.
Oh, before we leave, I did have one last question.
Sure.
It's something of a common thing in places like Bryn Shaddar and Caer-Dineval to conduct rites for what's her face, Alluriel there.
I believe they called them the tithings.
You mean the sacrifices to Oriel?
Yeah, those.
Oh yes.
Well,
Everyone in 10 towns partakes.
What is the local custom here in Caer Konig?
We usually just sacrifice travelers.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm just messing with. We just sacrifice food. Knucklehead trout mostly.
Couldn't
All
do
right.
without the knucklehead trout, hey?
Well, we do have this giant lake, so it's plentiful if you like fish.
Don't we all? All hail the fish mother.
All right. So I'm going to head to, or hope everyone will head to the market, smithy, whatever we were directed to down this road here, and see if we can offload our burdens for cold hard cash.
Yeah, so you guys head down the road as to the kind woman's direction, and you end up right here. Let me shift ping that. And in front of there's a sign that says Frozen Far Expeditions.
Let's go inside. They're open for business, right? It's like 10 o'clock. in the
They
morning.
are. Yep.
All right. Yeah. I go inside.
Is the door locked?
No, it is not locked. So you walk in there, and as you walk in, you hear a couple of dogs barking at you. And behind the counter is a a female human. She's got blonde hair down to her down to the small of her back, and you walk in and welcome to Frozen Far Expeditions. Are you here for? Well, we got everything now. So we got adventuring gear, we got a smithy, we've got wilderness guides. Really, whatever you're looking for.
And this is a recent thing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff wasn't really necessary, but well, now we don't really get any goods shipped out from here or in from here, so we kind of make do on our own.
Right. So I see that your selection of armor is not what it should be, and I happen to have acquired some in Mortal Kombat. Would you be willing to purchase it at a discount?
This is the finest
it
of dwarven craftsmanship.
Depends on the discount, and I'd have to inspect the armor, but I'm sure we could work something out.
All right, I will take out the most convenient suit of scale mail from. I'll take it from Ilina's back because she probably looks like she's struggling the most to carry it.
I am grateful.
Yeah,
I'm
just
over.
set it on the counter here.
So we have 7 suits of similar quality and make.
It's very small.
Yes, it was made by Dwarger, but the metal is fine. So even if you don't need the actual size, the metal's still good to be reused for other purposes. And though small, it is of exceptionally good quality. Being made by Dwarger smiths who are renowned in some circles.
I'm sorry, Dwargar. Who? What?
They're
what
like
are
they're like dwarves but uglier.
Hey, that's me.
Okay. So you have 7 of these.
That is correct.
I could probably give you like 100 gold for the lot, unless you were looking to trade.
We could 100 gold seems well under the market price. I understand the markets aren't what they used to, and but even so, these suits are in good condition and, like I said, of good make. So, I would expect at least 175 gold.
And you're not looking to trade or barter.
We might be, but I want to, establish the baseline value of the goods before we barter.
Well, I confess that pure gold is sometimes difficult to come by here. It's a little bit easier to barter. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Do I count as
Are
having been
all of her
helping?
goods out on display for the most part?
Perhaps all of them. If you're looking around, there's a whole bunch of things. There's rations. It looks like she's got like harnesses for like sled dogs and things like that. She's also got things like snowshoes and crampons and just heavy winter gear, goggles, basically anything you could probably want up here in the north, she probably has.
Are the goggles all just like normal goggles, or does she perhaps have any that are more suited towards the permanent night sky?
You could ask her.
I would very much like to.
So you ask her for some sort of
These-
like night vision goggles.
Yeah, these goggles is there any of them? I mean, obviously they help with the blizzard, but is there any of them that you would have that help with the permanent darkness in the sky?
I apologize. If you're looking for magical items, I'm afraid that Torga's caravan pretty much has a lockdown on all of those. I wouldn't sell them even if I had them. As far as the gold, I could go for 150 gold pieces. I confess I don't want to completely get rid of all of my gold for your scale mail. But perhaps we could make some trades as well.
Well, we were also interested in perhaps a small sled dog team, but that's also probably not going to be covered by 100 and some suits of scale mail. Although you can make us an offer.
Well,
I feel
I suppose it depends on how small of a sled dog team you were looking for.
I think it's outside of our budget to find enough sled dogs to carry 5 people. So we would settle for a team that could carry, like, basically, like, for example, if we had 7 suits of scale mail, we could load them up onto a sled and have the dogs pull it rather than us. So, somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 dogs.
I think a lead dog and 4 others would make for a suitable team for our needs.
I don't have lead dogs here. I apologize. I don't specialize in training dogs. I believe, as far as I know, the only person there would be in Britton Shander. But I could give you a small sled and 4 regular dogs, and all the scale mail and perhaps just like 50 gold pieces.
How expensive were the dogs back in Rinchadar? I don't remember.
They were $50 a pop.
50
And the
and
lead dogs.
75 for the lead dog.
So this seems like an acceptable deal to me.
All right, and I suppose we'll also need food for these dogs for at least 2 weeks.
I preemptively got way too much food.
All right, and then will the sled include harnesses for the dogs, including
Yes,
for a
of
lead dog
course.
when we
Yes.
acquire one?
Well, you wouldn't have any for a lead dog, but those are just they're basically just attachments. It just links to the middle link of the front 2 dogs.
Yeah, so we just have to somehow get this back to Bryn Shadar where we can get ourselves a lead dog.
Well, you don't need a lead dog.
They're just less efficient with that one then.
Yes, they do travel a little slower without a lead, and you can get lost. But as long as you guide the dogs well, you'll be okay.
And to be fair, they're going to be walking at our pace rather than their pace anyway. So
Yeah, we're not going to be using them to traverse ourselves, just our gear. So
Well, this sounds like a reasonable thing to me. What about you guys? Any objections? Perhaps could we see the dogs? Make sure they're fit and healthy.
Yes, of course. We'll just have to go through the forge here to get to the back. Right this way, please. And she goes through the forge. Coming through, Bungar, we're coming through. Please let us just stop what you're doing. From behind the forge, you see a soot-covered, bearded dwarf, and he just kind of stares at you and he goes, "I'm trying to work here. Whatever, just make it quick, Atenas." Yes, we'll be quick. Right this way, and she leads you guys outside past the forge. Here's the dogs here. I have 6 of them, so you can pick out 4 out of the 6.
All right. Do they look healthy?
I shall, yeah.
They do all look healthy.
Then I shall cast Speak with Animals. It's casting time 1 action. All right. Hey, dogs, how you doing? Hey, who's excited to get to start pulling some sleds?
They all just kind of look at you, and they're not really sure what's going on, but all of their tails start wagging.
Yeah. All right. So, I see there's 6 of you, right? Unfortunately, we can only get 4 of you. So, which 4 of you are the strongest and the fluffiest?
You hear all of them. They're not exactly the smartest things, but they all just kind of like they puff off their chests a little bit, and some of them just kind of like flex their muscles. And I'm the strongest. No, I'm the strongest. They all look like they're pretty good.
They do look pretty good. So I'll turn back to the store owner. So
hold on. You might want to ask which of them are best with cats and possibly bears.
True.
Polar bears.
Are any of you allergic to cats? Don't like them for whatever reason? And what about bears? Polar bears specifically.
Cats? Where? Brr. And they all kind of just start growling a little bit.
I facepalm.
Hey, Ilina, can we borrow your cat for a second?
No.
No, don't worry. We're not gonna hurt the cat. Hey, kitty, how you doing, kitty? Has
Eric
Ilina been
steps
treating
between
you
Pebble
nice?
and Elena.
No, okay, look, we're not gonna hurt you. We just want to see. You know what, Kitty? How do you feel about these dogs? Which 4 do you like the most?
The cat just kind of like stares at you, and you kind of get that the cat just sighs.
I have a feeling the cat doesn't like the dogs and the dogs don't like the cats.
What if you explain to the cat that the dogs will be her personal royal conveyance, and thus she's choosing her, underlings? Maybe you gotta explain to it like in a way that the cat will understand and accept.
All right, hey, Ilina, what's the name of the cat again?
I believe it's Touche.
Sorry, what was that?
Touche.
Touche. All right, Touche. These dogs are here. We're looking for some dogs to protect you and to be your, servants, bodyguards. You are a queen after all. So, as queen, it's natural for you to have a say in who your underlings are going to be.
Does it have to be dogs?
In this case, yes, unfortunately. They possess certain traits that are, like strength and the ability to pull dog sleds. Oh, by the way, are you a king then, not a queen? My bad. I am bad at assessing these things.
I prefer to be a queen.
A queen it is.
Our cat just got a lot more terrifying.
So, Your Highness,
Hmm.
and you dogs there, you be nice to Touche here. She's gonna be your queen, so if you harm her, she'll kill you.
I have an idea. Tell them to sit, and the first 4 to sit are the ones you choose.
All right, sit.
They all sit at once.
We gave it a shot.
I suppose any of them will do.
All right, Touche seems to not have a strong opinion, but it does seem like they are all qualified.
Well,
Yes, I believe you'd be happy with any of the 4. Or any of the 6, rather, but 4 of the 6.
So the agreement was 4 dogs and 50 gold, was it?
Correct. And
What?
the scale mail.
Well, in exchange for the scale mail.
No. You give me 50 gold and the scale mail. I give you the 4
Oh,
dogs
we
and
give you the
sleds
50
and
gold,
the harness.
not you give us the 50 gold. See, I'm glad we came.
Correct.
I'm glad we clarified this.
I'm less okay with this deal.
I thought we
Dogs
were-
and sleds are not cheap.
But gold is in short supply. How do you feel
I,
about Chardolin? And I hold out a necklace of Chardolin.
What is that?
Apparently, it's highly prized, indestructible gems. Perhaps we should show it to your smith friend. But I'm told it's indestructible and highly prized by certain fringe groups.
I suppose if Bongrar finds it suitable, we might be able to make a deal, but I don't. Do you have enough to make anything useful out of it?
Given that it's indestructible and hard to transmute, probably not, but we do have more of it.
I mean, it makes for a great rock to throw with a catapult spell.
Sure. It also makes fine black jewelry. And anyway, let's see what Brungman or Brungar thinks about it.
Very well. Drock, were you wanting to do anything other than just watch Brungar?
I mean, if he wants to talk to me, perhaps, but otherwise, no. It's just going to watch.
Okay, so when you stop and stare at him, because everyone else was walking through, he's already stopped and stared at you. And you guys just kind of stare at each other for like 30 seconds. And then he just goes back to his work.
I give him a nod.
But the rest of your party comes in, and yeah, you guys walk in, and Atinas goes in, and Brungar, these adventurers have, I'm sorry, what did you call it?
Shardlin? Shardlin?
They have some Chardolin that would perhaps interest you. I'm very busy. What Chardolin do you say? Bring it here. Let me take a look.
All right. I'll give him one of the cultist necklaces to examine.
I've seen this before. No, get this out of here.
Fair enough.
Where have you seen it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's everywhere. All the dwarves of Icewind Dale know about it. That is we call it. You call it Chardolin?
That's what we were told it's called.
We call it black ice. It's have you been carrying that in your pocket?
Backpack. We're trying to get rid of it, but nobody. It's
Yeah, I would assume so. If you hold that for too long, you go crazy.
Not surprising, given that we found out a bunch of crazy people.
I suppose that explains. Yeah. Well, glad I haven't been holding it.
Yeah, like well, this one time, me brother's friend's girlfriend, she got some like jewelry from it, and well, she tried to kill him.
Wait, does it only affect dwarves or does it affect everyone?
I don't know.
Are you sure he wasn't cheating on her?
Now let's not go speculating about other people's personal business.
I don't know. I mean, my brother's got some sketchy friends.
Who's your brother and where does he live?
My brother, his name's Thosnoid. He lives with the Shield Dwarves out in the valley.
What valley is this? I'm not familiar with the Shield Dwarves around here.
The Dwarven Valley, just outside of Kelvin's Cairn.
Won't make him know that.
Well, so I guess no value to these then.
Not around here. I'd get rid of that.
Well, if you know a way to safely dispose of it, I'd be happy to. But sadly, any attempts to destroy it physically have thus far failed, and I feel like if I dump it in the care or whatever, that doesn't really help the situation.
I heard the story from my sister's brother's cousin. She's twice removed now, but something about like if you throw it into like really, 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 really hot fire, it'll destroy it.
Oh, like your furnace here.
Nope, gotta be hotter.
How would we get a hotter fire?
I mean, we go to the heart of a volcano.
I don't know. I'm not a magic person.
Well, I figured you're a smith, so surely you know how to make a hotter fire for when you need to smith hotter metals, right?
This bad boy, he slaps the forge, is as hot as I need it.
But what if you ever got like some adamantine or whatever, you wouldn't be able to forge it because your smith is not good enough? And you just be like sad dwarf?
How hot is that precisely?
Hot. Look, I'm new at this, okay?
You haven't been a smith for long? Or you knew you'd been a dwarf?
Thank you for your assistance, and thank you for warning us about the dangerous properties of this thing. Well, I think we'll be able to find our own way. We wouldn't want to cause you any trouble.
Right.
Well, I suppose in terms of a supplement to that, instead of the, using that in junction of the 50 gold, what about this gem? And I would show her the gem we got from the dwarves originally.
Well, those gems are nice. That would work.
Tarek, before you go giving away your valuables, I think our scale mail is worth slightly more than she's offering.
Oh yeah.
Well, she is giving us a sled and the dogs.
But you were saying the dogs and their gear, approximately, give or take, 50 gold each, right? I don't know what you sell them for here, but in Bryn Shaddar we were offered 50 gold for her.
Each of the dogs would be 50 gold, and then the sled is another 50, and then we throw in the harnesses.
Now the harnesses come with the dogs. That's what we were offered before.
Correct, they do. But even still, 4 dogs in a sled, you're talking 250 gold.
Right, and we had already established that if you were to give us pure, straight up cold hard cash, you would give us 150 for these armors, plus the 50 gold you're asking for us. So you're asking for about 200 in value. Now, understand that if we were to barter, you would increase the relative value of the armor. That's kind of the whole point of this.
Of about 50 gold, yes. I
was expecting a bit more than that. See, I was thinking like, if we were to barter, you would give us almost the full value of the armor, not the, I understand you're here to make a living. That's why, we're not angry or anything. We just think we deserve more value for this. Right, because you're gonna turn around if for these 7 pieces of armor, I understand it's gonna take you some time to sell them, but when you do sell them, they're gonna go for 40 to 50, 50-ish gold a piece, right? You're gonna make 300 to 350 gold off the lot.
Yes.
So I'm just saying here that I think we deserve more than for 4 pieces of armor, 200 gold value.
Plus reduced upkeep on the dogs since we're taking the dogs off your hands.
Well, the problem is this armor is going to do me no good. We would have to just simply melt it down and create something new. We don't have many dwarves around here. I can't just sell the scale mail as it is.
I mean, there's literally a dwarf in there, and he says there's a whole enclave of shield dwarves around.
Yes, and they have their own smiths who take care of themselves.
I don't know, the dwarves I talked to in Bryn Shaddar didn't have enough metal, so metal is potentially even more valuable.
Then perhaps you could take your scale mail and sell it at Bryn Shaddar.
Anyway, I don't think it's a terrible deal, but I'll leave it up to the party. We don't need a dog right this second.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the best she's gonna offer, then I say we accept it.
Seemed fine for me from the start.
The other option would.
I will forego the 50 gold and just do the trade. But only if you can bring back some of the things that were stolen from me.
Well, now it's like we're taking a job on for 50 gold. Effectively speaking.
Yes.
What was stolen and when? By whom?
But we're always willing to hear about work, yes?
Things have been stolen all over the town. I know that I know that Bongrar has lost a couple of his tools and a couple of his work. I've lost some snowshoes and some winter clothing. I know the Northern Light has lost the Northern Light, and other residents around here are losing things as well. It's like our items are growing feet and walking away.
Ah, the work of a master thief.
Or an invisible one.
Oh, now we're talking.
Say, you mentioned that you haven't seen, or you don't have too many dwarfs in town. The ones that you do you know where they are?
Well, as far as I know, Rongar is the only one.
No white-bearded, bald, pale-skinned dwarves? They only hang out at night? Then again, it's always night, huh?
Well, in that case, how many, or is there any abandoned buildings in town that are, decent in size? So it could fit maybe, comfortably at least 4 or 5 people.
Not that I know of.
What about the, we saw the ruins of the Care. Obviously, it seems like it's been there a while. Do you know anything about the entails in the building? Maybe it has like a, if there's like any basements or anything in the rubble that could be used as shelter?
I suppose it's possible. Nobody really goes around the ruins anymore.
I see. And you said your speaker probably isn't up and awake, or if he is, he's potentially on the lake right now. Correct?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not the. I had a. Oh.
But if you're looking for Speaker Trovis, well, he's probably somewhere.
I would imagine
But
he
yes,
probably is somewhere.
He tends to drink at night and sleep most of the day.
You know, the fact that your things are being taken by potentially invisible thieves, I think that does catch our interest.
I would be
I
willing to
should
say
hope
that it's.
I'll tell you what, my stuff is not extremely valuable, but the missing northern light is it was a symbol for the town.
What exactly is
So-
the Northern Light? I mean, I know it's a star, but I can't imagine you can't steal a star.
Well, the northern light is the inn here.
They stole the inn?
Well, no. The northern light was there was a light that burned at the front of the northern light that always burned, and it was a symbol of hope for Caer Konig.
Oh, we can give you another one. I mean, here, I pull out one of the ever-burning torches from my pack. Something like this.
Pebble, I don't think that has the same value.
It's not the same. Yeah.
Oh. I mean, this would act as a substitute for now, though, right?
I think it's a.
We'll
symbol
check in
thing.
with them, I guess. So, as the point is, you want us to find these perpetrators, and then what? Bring the stuff back? Bring them to justice? I mean, one of us here is big on
dude.
justice.
Do what you have to. I mean, I don't know. It's probably just children playing a prank. So. I
Oh,
would
so probably
appreciate you
like
not
don't bring
killing
them
the
justice.
children.
Yeah, I mean justice, but I suppose
Stern talking to the kids if it's kids.
yeah. All right.
Do I find any clues outside the store?
Are you looking for you're looking for tracks?
Yeah, footprint.
Yeah.
That's how we found the last order. So
Yeah, make a survival check for me. Right now there doesn't appear to be any kind of tracks or anything like that. But there is a lot of snow, and it has been snowing, so.
All right, Miss. I never did get your name. I heard it was mentioned briefly, but I didn't catch it.
Atinas.
Atinas, Miss Atinas. I think we're willing to take you up on your offer for the armors, and we'll figure out what's going on with this for you. Get to the bottom of it. Hopefully, get you your northern lights back.
That would work. Would you like me to hold on to the armor for you?
Yes, that, and we've actually, if you don't mind, hold on to the dogs until we're ready to head out.
Yes, but I mean I can hold on to the armor as well if you'd like, or you can carry it around if you.
Oh no,
Don't
I
trust me.
think we have, at least I have no reason to not trust you. Do I have any reason to not trust her?
You make an insight check.
That's what I was going for.
I too shall stare insightfully at the woman with him.
She seems reasonable enough. She doesn't have any reason to tarnish her reputation as the go-to shopkeeper of all of Caer Konig.
Very good. Yeah, I figured you were you look like the trustworthy sort. You were recommended here as soon as we entered town, so I figured you wouldn't want to risk that reputation, right? I think we can leave the armor with you so we don't have to lug it around.
I appreciate it.
And I guess hang on to the dogs. We'll come back and pick out 4 of them. I guess when we're ready to head out, if you don't mind.
Sure, that's fine.
Excellent. Is there anything else you can tell us about this whole thieving thing? I mean, I guess we can go check out the inn. You said, Wait, so it's the Northern Light, but what is this hook, line, and sinker then? I heard that was the
The hook, line, and sinker is it's the tavern here. If you've been to many taverns, you've not been to one like the hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, really? I must check this one out. So the tavern and the inn are different, are separate.
They are. They're across the market from each other.
Very well. And I suppose you don't know any more about these thieves then.
When were your goods stolen?
My goods were stolen about 4 days ago. But there's been reports of stealing for the past probably about week and a half. And more stuff has been stolen just recently. The Northern Light, for example, was stolen only yesterday.
The timing is suspiciously lines up with what we know. Interesting.
Why don't we search the runes real quick first, and then we'll have still have time to visit the tavern when it's a little later and it's hopping and jumping.
Yeah, I would definitely want to check in the Northern Light. I mean, we're probably going to spend the night at the Northern Light, right?
Yeah. So if we don't find anything today, we can come back to it or talk to them this evening.
All right. Well, thank you, and we'll leave the armor here with you.
Very good. Good luck with whatever you're doing.
Thank you for all of your hospitality.
Yes. Bongar, our guests are leaving. Bye.
See ya, Mr. Dwarf.
So you guys head out of Frozen Far expeditions. Are you guys planning on heading to the ruins, or what's the plan?
I want to stop by the town hall speaker house first, just in case he's in, which I assume he's not. But would behoove us to say, hey, we might kill a bunch of Dwarger in your town before we go searching the room.
Sure. So you guys head down the street, and are you just gonna knock on the speaker's house? He doesn't have any guards or anything like that.
Yeah.
Does anybody actually pull me along when you guys leave? Because I'm very enwrapped with the blacksmithing going on here.
I guess we lost a Drock.
I'll see what's going on with him. Turk will head back. Drunk?
In the meantime, you're still here. You need something?
Well, I mean, I've been meaning to learn how to do the whole blacksmithing thing. I know you're new, but you're certainly less new than I am.
Oh, it's not that hard. You just you just take the metal and you kind of hammer it a lot, and then you heat it up, and then you hammer it a lot, and then you stick it in this here bucket of water, and it goes, and then you heat it up and you hammer it some more, and then you stick it in the bucket of water, and it goes, and then you're done.
I see. And is all of this, are all these tools yours, or are you just using them from the store here?
Well, they're provided.
See, that's the problem I'm running into over in Bryn Shander. You know, the large city type thing in the central of this place. Yeah, well, they got some blacksmith, but apparently they're god awful at it. And I was, thinking maybe.
Well.
But I don't have the tools, so.
So you want to be the blacksmith of Bryn Shander?
I mean, not as permanent basis, but as I'm in there, if I need things myself, I can't be trusting these people. So at the very least, I'd want to be able to make my own stuff.
You should go to the shield dwarves in the valley there.
The shield dwarves in which valley? Where?
I think they just call it the Dwarven Valley. It's just south of Kelvin's Cairn.
Are you recommending I go there for the tools, or because they can do the blacksmithing for me and do it better than the people in Bryn Shander would?
Probably both.
No. Okay. Well, that's good advice. Thank you.
Yep.
Also, can you do that sound effect one more time? You just do it so well.
Which one?
Putting it in the water bit.
Oh,
yeah, that one.
Yep. I've done it a lot.
All right. Wait, where'd they all go?
I don't know. Atina's told me to tell them bye, so I guess they left.
I wasn't paying attention. I guess I gotta go find them.
So Tarek may find me just coming out of the shop, looking around, going,
Where the hell?
Took you long enough to finally come out.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Not too many decent blacksmiths around. Have to take the time when I have the opportunity. Where's
Well-
everybody?
You trying to learn something?
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't go trusting those blacksmiths and enchanters, so.
No, you got that right. They went off heading towards the speaker's house. They figured we should probably, if he's up in there, let him know we may be dealing with their little thieving problem. He'd probably like to know what is going on, considering we probably know more than most do at this point.
All right.
Oh, that's cool.
So you guys make it to the speaker's house. It is unguarded. Obletus, are you knocking on the door?
Yep.
You knock on the door. Takes a little bit. There isn't an answer. You knock again. Yes,
look at
yes,
my
I'm
Warhammer.
coming.
No kicking down doors, Obletus.
The door opens up and you see a silver dragonborn there. Can I help you? Are you looking for Trovis?
I mean, that'd be nice, but we understand he's probably not in right now. So this is more of a
Yes, if you've seen him, tell him it's time to work. All
sure.
he does is drink these days.
Would
Can
you
you
be
blame him,
inclined
though?
to take a note for him if you see him before we do?
Yeah, that's fine.
So as I understand it,
Wait, how am I going to know if I see him before you do?
Just give
he'll
him the
say, "I
death
already
note
know this
anyways.
information. You can stop saying it to me."
So I should tell him anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Or unless you'd like see us walking up with him, then you can probably just understand that we're telling him this message. Anyway,
But
can you
what
tell
if
him?
you're walking with him and you haven't told him yet?
I'm willing to accept that risk.
How about you just
Very well.
All right. So anyway, tell him that Dewey, Cheatham, and Hal are in town looking
Who's
for.
Dewey?
It's a collective noun. Are in town to try and stop the spate of robberies that have been taking place in or thieveries. Is there a difference?
Oh, you're here to stop the thieveries? That's so good. Trovis has been trying to stop it, and well, I'll be honest, he's past his adventuring days.
Yeah. Anyway, we're here to investigate that matter, and
Who
we
sent
have
you?
technically the speaker of Bryn Shandar, but
Oh, Miss Shane, how delightful. She's always looking out for us. It's so very, very nice of her.
right.
Oh, I just, it's so wonderful having a
All right,
leader
can I
of
ask you to stop?
speakers who...
Not to be rude, but again, searching for thieves is a time-consuming task, so I don't have time to reminisce about how nice people are. So, like I
Did you
said,
hear that they stole the light from the Northern Light?
I had.
It's just
Please
terrible.
don't exact.
The light from the Northern Light is just a true charm of Kaer Konig.
I'm sure.
Everybody looks forward to
A real
it.
beacon of civilization.
It really is. I'm so glad you understand.
Right, which is why we
It's
want to
just
find it.
absolutely wonderful that Speaker Shane sent you here.
Right.
I'm sorry. Continue.
Right. So when you see the speaker
Oh my
of
God, I'm
Kaer
dying.
Konig here, let him know that Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe are on the case, and if we happen to murder a bunch of Dwerger in the process, we're sorry, but not like we're on the case.
Who are Dwergar? Are they part of the city? He probably wouldn't like it if you're killing people in the city.
I mean, they are people, but they are the people who are stealing all the stuff. Probably.
They're evil people. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we don't want to
Okay.
prejudge people by their race. They're
That's
misguided.
true. You know, this one time I was in another town. It was in Bryn Shander, and they'd never seen a dragonborn before. At least that's what they tell me.
To
And
be
they
fair, I never
thought
seen
that I
Dragonborn
was
either.
well, they thought that I was actually just a dragon there to like kill
That's because they're
people,
idiots.
and I wasn't really there to kill anybody. And
Wait,
and they were all mean to
was
me.
it like
And
was
then
it
they
recently?
realized that I was the mother of Speaker Trovis, and then they were okay with it, but they really didn't believe me until Miss Shane saved me.
Remember,
Miss Shane is truly wonderful.
There was a dwarf in Bryn Shander who was terrified of a white dragon, and look at what we have here: a white dragon born.
I'm not white. No,
Oh.
I'm silver. It's
Sorry.
different.
But,
White
sincerest
dragons are
apology.
considered evil. I am not evil.
That's
I am part
racist.
of-
You shouldn't
I
judge
am
people by the
part of
color
the
of their
proud and
skin.
noble race of the silver dragons.
Right.
Like, you shouldn't
then,
judge
couldn't
dragons
have
by the
been
color of
you.
their skin. That's racist.
I sincerely apologize.
Right. Anyway, that's the message. Let's get out of here. We got a busy day. Dwarger to find.
Well, I mean, while we're here, though, is there anything your town needs help with? We are
No, don't ask that
capable
question.
adventuring
Yes.
party.
Actually, we do need help. I don't know if you've known this, but things have gone missing.
Really?
I
Tell
know
us
that
more.
people have stolen things from some houses, and I don't know if you know, but yesterday the Northern Light was stolen from the Northern Light, and it's just terrible.
How do you steal the Northern Light from the Northern? That's like they took the building.
Blasphemy.
All right, I physically grab Pebble and I start dragging him out of the house.
All right, well, make sure to get your Northern Light back. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are truly wonderful. And
Yep,
as you guys come
I
apart, you
push
just hear
everybody
it going on and on.
Oh,
Right,
she's a unique one.
We've covered our legal bases. Let's search the runes. So as we leave the house, I'm going to be looking for fresher tracks headed towards the runes and such as we enter the runes. I assume this is like the door here.
Yeah, go ahead and make a survival check for me.
Once again, I'm sure Shar will guide me in this multi-minute long process.
Would you like to give me Shar's wonderful blessing that lets me see in the night again, since this is a fresh day?
Well, I mean, it only lasts an hour and we're not fighting anything. But if you want it now, you can have it now.
Well, I figure it's not going to take us an hour to.
I mean,
Well, if they're not here,
like right now when we're out in the public, you can just take a torch out, right? Here, use mine.
we haven't even found any.
Really
We haven't even
nifty.
found any Dwarger footprints yet. So
Oh, the last time, they kind of came out of nowhere before we had a chance.
Well, we saw
I
the
was just
footprints
being
before we
proactive.
Yep. Good on your shoulders. Like I said, if you want it now, I can give it to you now. But if they're not here, like this is just the most likely spot. We're just sort of guessing. So if they're not here, or we find no sign of them, then we'd have wasted it for nothing.
Very well.
So with that survival check, you do see several footprints. They're pretty small footprints. Notably, it doesn't appear like they're wearing snowshoes.
The
I
I
dwarf
thought they
we
stole
ran
the snowshoes
into
like a week
before.
ago.
And they're going. It looks like they're going to and from the care. Because it has been snowing, these tracks are relatively recent, you would assume.
All right, I give military hand and arm signals for everyone to be alert that I found Dwarger ferments. And Tarek, do you want to be able to see in the dark now?
Oh, now he lets me do it. Yes.
All right. So for the next hour, Tarek and anyone else who chooses, up to 3 people can have 300-foot dark vision. Does anyone else wish to partake in Shar's insightful vision?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I met with
I will this
resounding
time.
silence. Oh, Elena, you want to? Okay.
All right, so we know the Dargar are crazy over these rocks, right? You got a bunch of them small ones.
The pebbles, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're gonna step into the main care here, like this hallway or like the courtyard or whatever. And I wonder, can you describe what is around us? Is it all just rubble? Or are there any bandit buildings half standing?
Yeah, for the most part, it is all rubble. There is this building right here that looks like it's in decent enough shape. There are some walls crumbling and things like that, but that is the most building-like that is still standing in the ruins.
All right, I have an idea. Why don't you guys hide real quick, in the rubble somewhere, and then I'm going to call out to them in Undercommon that I have Shardlin for them from Zadorok, and we'll see if they just come out.
That was going to be like my idea, more or less. But that's a good idea. I like your idea. You're a smart person.
What if there's more of them than there was last time?
And if it's
Then
too much,
be prepared to save my life.
we run away and let Obletus die.
Or I just give them all my Shardlin and we come back later to ambush them.
All right, but yes, I like this idea. Let's hide in this
Is there
rubble pile.
the building that looks like the one that was in decent shape? Does it have any windows?
It does not.
Oh, Obletus, you need a like a word for what's
Unless
a
you'd
word
like.
in Undercommon that is your help me word, but that you can like slip into a normal sentence.
The word will be, I say the word Shar in Undercommon.
No, you say that
I
word
won't
like
know
every other sentence. You need one that you don't say every other sentence.
Nope, it's a secret word. That's the one.
I mean, if you'd like, I could at the very least approach the building and see if I hear anyone on the inside. That'd
No,
probably be the quietest one
better to
get
lure
there.
them out.
Okay,
So, like I said, go find some good rubble. Like I'm gonna stand like over here, and so you guys can like hide over here. Like so, like there's almost no way they could see you.
all right. So the word "shar" in Undercommon, I don't know, "shara" is your come out and ambush them word.
Yes,
Don't accidentally say it, because
no promise.
if you're like talking to a group of children and you say it, we're gonna come out and like kill them, right? And that's really, really bad.
Do you just
Noted.
kill things before you look at them, Pebble?
Well, I mean, if Obletus here is like, my life is
Have
in
you
danger,
seen a
help
child
me.
that has a beard to their feet?
Could be a genetic mission.
Actually, I ran into one of them. And, the scariest looking elven child you'll ever seen. They hated that kid. They said he was a devil. He acted like a devil too. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, I guess my question is, have you ever seen more than one of them in the same place?
Well, no, but what if one of them comes up? Is killing one child like less bad than killing two children? I mean, I guess it is.
We've done this moral debate about killing children. We all said no.
See, okay, so, but what I'm saying is, Obletus, don't accidentally say the word unless you mean it.
It's not my first murder rodeo.
I'm just like, this is why I suggest a different word you won't accidentally say. But I trust you.
I don't take the mistress's name in vain.
Very well. I'm gonna go hide under these rocks because I'm a pebble and these are pebbles, so I'll fit right in.
All right, is everyone hiding?
I suppose
Will
I
we
shall
make
find a suitable place
thing?
where I could sprint to him relatively easily if I need to, and hide.
I will hide.
I'm good at hiding.
All right, so now
right,
that everyone,
So before all this, everyone make stealth checks for me, except for Obletus.
I'm hidden. She's also hidden.
I'm about to not be.
We're
I'm
really hidden.
well, the good news is that you all failed equally well.
I'm actually just
Also, that
standing
you're far
on the
away
pile
and
of
out of
rocks.
direct line of sight, so they may hear you, but they don't know what the fuck you are. I can just say you're my bodyguard. Anyway,
All right.
after they hide, I take out a few. I take out one of the non-fist, the smaller than fist-sized chunks, so a good sized chunk that you can see from a distance, sort of in like a stage whisper. I shout out, Nildar, are you here? I come bearing supplies from Zardarok. Nildar. Does anyone come out?
So the door to the non-destroyed building opens up, and you see small humanoid creatures come out, and they look at you. What business do you have with Lady Harpel? These are not Dwergar.
You're speaking
Was Harpel
right?
the name of the sage lady, or was that something different?
Nope, that was Hethel.
I say, Lady Harpel, I was expecting Nildar here. No Nildar.
I have
speaking-
no knowledge of Nildar.
I'm speaking in Undercommon, by the way. Like, do they
Oh, I
understand?
didn't realize you were speaking Undercommon. They don't understand you.
So they just came out to the noise.
Yes.
So then I guess I'll speak in common. I'm sorry. Who is Lady Harpel? I'm terribly sorry for bothering her.
Harpel, Her Majesty, is the greatest being to ever walk and grace Icewind Dale with her presence.
And I don't recognize these creatures at all. Like, can you describe them to me?
Let me see if I have a handout for him.
Is it a Chewinga?
I like out of character. I'm guessing kobolds, but I mean, I'd like them to describe.
Trying to see if I have a picture for him. I do not. But they are small. They are red in color, almost like lizard dragon like, scaly. They carry staves with like lights on top of them. Make a perception check for me.
Sure.
Their eyes look lifeless. So almost as if these things aren't actually alive, but they do look like your typical kobolds. Aside from the eyes.
So, what does service to Lady Harpel entail for you?
Well, she's granted me the gift of life. If you have no business with Lady Harpel, she asks that you leave. I suggest that you take her warning.
Quick question. I hold up the piece of black ice or whatever in my hand. I'm like, does Lady Harpel want or value this substance?
It looks like a rock. Probably not.
And has you or she seen any Dwarger about?
Or have you
This
guys?
is-
Oh wait, no,
I have not. I mean, I could go get her for you if you want, but she wouldn't be happy to be bothered.
Tell you what, I put away the larger rock and I hand her a piece of Chardonnay, and I'm gonna hand him a pebble of it, and I'm gonna be like, why don't you see if she's got any interest in this, and if she wants to talk to me. If not, I will happily leave. And so I hand him a pebble of the black ice.
Okay, I'll be back. Hopefully. And he scuttles back inside. A couple minutes go by, the door opens again. And this time, I do have a handout for this one. A woman comes out. She looks older than kind of what you would expect as far as the general population that you've seen in Icewind Dale. What is the meaning of all of this? Why have you come and bothered me and my kobolds?
There's been a rash of thefts in town recently, and not to cast aspersions upon your, royalness, but we were investigating these ruins as a likely place for the thieves to hide. We saw footprints in the snow outside, and
Yes, those would be the kobolds. I promise you I have no use for petty stealings.
Right. Have you seen any? We thought we were expecting Dwarger, to be honest, because they were responsible for similar incidents in Caer Dineval. Have you seen signs of any small, gray dwarves that can turn invisible and grow big?
You come from Caer Dineval.
I mean, we don't live there, but we pass through, yes.
Did you happen to stop at the Caer?
Yes.
Did you find Avarice there?
We met briefly.
So she's gone, I assume. You didn't kill her, did you?
No, that wasn't really on the table.
Unfortunate. Well, no, I don't know anything about these Dwargar that you speak of. I don't really bother myself with the mundane around Icewind Dale. I've got far greater things to achieve.
So we did, in the investigation of Caer Dineval, encounter a bunch of this black ice slash Chardolin that I gave a sample of to one of your kobold lackeys there. Do you know? Somebody told us that high enough heat would destroy him, but I don't suppose you have another potentially more accessible method to destroy this potentially demon curse material.
I suppose I could figure it out, but I really don't have the time or the will to bother with that.
Well, I mean, the fact that the metal apparently, or the stone, makes people insane and is used to empower demonic spells is kind of like what you said your wheelhouse was, but I understand that if you can't be bothered. What are you interested in case I happen to find something that is more up your alley?
It's not of your concern. I'm not worried about you stumbling on something that I myself and some of my colleagues have been trying to figure out for a while now.
All right, I mean, because what were the names of the stones that Ilina was looking for? The stones of like something or other.
Oh, the stones of Thrun, I believe.
Of Droon?
Thrun,
Thrun.
Thrun.
All right. While I have you here, know anything about the stones of Thrun?
Isn't that the old tale that the natives speak of?
So that's a no. What about the tribe of the bear?
Well, that would be part of the natives I was speaking of, would it not?
So the tribes of the bear would know about the stones of Thrun?
Well, I assume all of the tribes would.
All right. Good to know. Well, if you don't need anything from me, I'm sorry for wasting your
I
time.
don't see why I would need anything from you. I mean, you showed up on my doorstep.
Yep, terribly sorry about that. Like I said, if you don't want anything from us, we're well, we're willing to take paying work, but if you're not interested, fair enough.
Good day.
Before you leave, anyone else got any questions to ask this witch lady?
At this point, she kind of just like sighs and turns her head again.
Rare opportunity. Just figured my buddies would want to. Nothing. Nothing.
Didn't she say that kobolds were the ones taking things?
No, she said they weren't.
Interesting. Are you Tarek? You are, aren't you?
He cocks his head at her.
You're Zan's plaything. He did rescue you, that fool.
I'm sorry, you know who Zan is?
Well, he's part of the Brotherhood, isn't he? I would think one of his apprentices would recognize someone like me.
Well, as part of our working relationship, I tend not to poke my nose any further than I need to. It's worked well for us.
Maybe that's why he likes you.
Willful ignorance is a common trait of humans who like to live.
Some would argue the opposite. But
Fair
I
point.
suppose that's why I'm here and you're there.
If you know him, then perhaps you know where he is. I haven't been able to find him, which is unsurprising considering his talents, but
last I heard, yes, I believe he was doing something in East Haven. I think he got some of the villagers to go on some stupid quest for him.
do you know what quest in particular?
Oh, well, I'm sure he's trying to achieve the same thing I am, though he's many steps behind, I assure you.
I see. Is he going by his normal name in East Haven, or would you know of another alias?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he has many aliases. He's a trickster, that one. I prefer to just keep my minions with me rather than play games.
To each their own in that regard, I suppose. How long have you known him?
Well, we were both part of the Brotherhood for many years. I suppose 10, 15 years at this point.
That seems like a shockingly long time to have known him, considering his temperaments.
Yes,
So I guess-
well, you know how the Brotherhood runs.
Yes, that is one of
Can't
the.
kill him. Anyway, is there anything else? I would really like to get back to my work.
Well, if you never need anything, think of Cheatham Thane. I forgot the name. Dewey Cheatham and Howe.
Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Apparently, that's the name of our adventuring group.
That's
Clever, dumb, we get it.
peculiar.
But memorable. It's about brand recognition.
Right.
Terribly sorry to bother you. Any other questions from the peanut gallery? Looks like nobody else is interested in talking to you, lady.
Questions for Tarek.
Presuming that
Good.
she's about to head inside, I would
She is.
bow to her and thank her for the information on Zahnd's whereabouts.
Yes, yes. I hope I never see you again. She goes inside and shuts the door.
You're always such interesting people.
What was that all about, Tarek? You know her? Who was that? And she knew Gargoyle Lady. What's going on here?
More than I thought. I don't know her. She simply knows someone that I work for.
So,
they
where's
saved
the
you?
Brotherhood?
Who saved
What?
you? What do you owe her? Do you owe him your soul? Are you a spy?
I can be at times, but no, I'm not a spy. He's simply a man that employed my talents, and some things went south, and I suppose he likes my work enough that he decided to help me out with those troubles.
So
Part of
what
the
do you
reason
owe
why I
him?
ended up in Icewind Dale.
Do you own your own soul? Is there a soul in that body?
I do, in fact, own my own soul.
Good.
Out here in the open isn't the exact form in which I wish to regale this tale, but
I mean, better than the middle of a busy tavern.
I suppose. Let's just say, well, have you heard of a place called, what was it? Rebel's Inn.
I haven't heard of shitballs, no. I haven't heard of that either.
Well, it's a place that they...
Pebble, you would have heard of Revel's End.
I've heard of it.
Just because you've been a native of Icewind Dale for a long time. Revel's End is a prison in the very north of Icewind Dale that is used for political enemies of the Sword Coast.
Who runs it?
What's that?
Like, the Sword Coast is not a unified organization, right? Who runs the prison?
That is just where they send all of them. It is ran by people inside of Revel's End.
Ah.
But any
So
kind
it's like a
of
for-profit prison.
basically, yeah.
Except anyone as long as they get paid. Got it.
Yes, anyone that has been considered a threat to any noble, king, mayor, leader, what have you, of any sort, goes there.
Yeah, I've heard of this place. Awful place. Why?
Well,
It's also considered inescapable. Because not only is it heavily guarded, but even if you make it outside of the prison, it is a very long walk to the nearest civilization.
Gulags. Yep.
well, I was a guest there for a little while. My employer helped me leave. So to speak.
Funny joke. People don't leave there, they die there. No one's ever left. I mean, except like the employees. Do you work there?
No. However, there is a first for everything. And I suppose I'm that first.
Boy, I've been underestimating you. So you escaped.
Well, it would have been much more difficult without his help. But yes.
Very interesting. I've clearly been underestimating you.
As
I
far
won't
as
push
they're
you for the
concerned-
details, but I'll let you, if you don't want to share, I won't push you.
Well, it's nothing that you need to overtly worry about. As far as they're concerned, I'm still there.
Oh, your boss is a clever man.
Indeed, he is. Hence one of the reasons I've been looking for him.
Well, I guess you have your lead.
Well, it's fortunate enough that it leads to somewhere we intended to go anyways.
Indeed.
Though we still have issues to solve here. If the kobolds aren't behind stealing things, then we're back to our
Well, this is just the most obvious location for them to be. We can take a look around here because there's other buildings to check. So, we can keep looking the ruins before we leave. But
Well,
there are other places in the town to explore.
Yeah, we should check in on the both the tavern and the inn. See what clues we can gather there. We should set up a trap. Set out some of those crystals you got, because they'll come running for it, right? And then we either kidnap them when they grab it, or we follow them back to wherever they're hiding, and then kidnap all of them.
I suggest we go south through town, keeping our eyes peeled for an abandoned house or two and footprints along the ground that are potentially belong to dwarves or dwarger. And then by the time we walk through town through the long way, we can get to the marketplace and the inn and tavern in time for some evening festivities, and we can flash some of the black ice, as it were, and see if we can lure out some of the dwarger.
Excellent.
Considering the thieving has been getting more rampant, the more we show it off, they will definitely be inclined to target us.
And that's a plan. We're gonna use it as bait.
By the way, what is this structure here? Presumably, we can see it from. Is this? I assume this is lower down here, so we can see whatever this is here.
It just looks like there's a shed here. Just there's a bunch of like wood and scrap lumber and shit like that.
All right, because maybe that was like another destroyed lighthouse or something.
Not there.
Is there a lighthouse at all in this town?
There's not.
All right. Are we going to keep playing, or are we ending soon?
I figured we'd make it to the rest of town probably another 30 minutes or so, if that is okay.
All right. So I guess praying to Shar for guidance. I'm going to where the confirmed locations we saw stolen we're all on the north end of town, but we're gonna go through like this end of town, and so I guess I'm gonna like walk behind these houses, like just because I figured there's less people back here, so it'd be easier to find unusual tracks, like walking behind the buildings rather than down the main street. But,
Sure.
If we're
go-
traveling through the town, I would like to light the elemental lantern thing.
Excellent. Find us the thing.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival check for me, Obletus.
if other people want to like go down the street and check the other side or check the street for tracks or whatever they can, but this
I
is
found
my
dwarf tracks. They're Drox.
fair enough.
Sorry.
So once again, Shar will guide me to find any possible footprint belonging to heavy short people.
I suppose
Uh,
while he searches that side, I'll search like the opposite
Okay,
side of the
yep.
street.
go ahead and make a survival check for me as well. There doesn't appear to be any smaller footprints. There are some footprints on the street for the people going down. Excuse me, down the street, but they all look like they're human footprints and maybe like a little bit of dragonborn as well, but nothing that would give the impression of Dwergar. Down these streets, it's all just housing developments. It looks like this is mostly where all of the townspeople stay. And then all the north side is all of your businesses and the market and things like that.
They did say that regular houses were also robbed, right?
They did, yes.
All right. So how far do we get here?
So you guys would make it right about here. And at that point, the lantern that Drock is holding changes colors.
Wait,
Ah, oh,
what does this mean? Where is it? We need to find it. Who can find it?
I mean,
What is it called again? A Grimble? A Tram?
they're Twingas.
Troinga.
They're playful,
Yes.
like spirits. I think they're attracted to snowball fights. Let's start a snowball fight.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I pick up a snowball and throw it at Drock.
Make a ranged weapon attack for me with a snowball.
I will say that the range is the maximum range you can detect them. Perhaps if we traveled a bit further, we'd be closer to the epicenter of their activity, and then you could snowball fight.
Oh, I don't get the +1 because it's not Jack of all trades.
A 10 probably doesn't hit Drock either. So you throw a snowball at him, but you miss.
All right, we got to keep this up.
Bleedus is right. Keep walking.
All right, keep. But,
I scoop up some snow and I chuck at him.
ah,
Can everybody make a survival check for me?
staying
That was
alive.
hard.
Staying alive.
So Drock, Tarek, and Pebble, when you guys get to about here-ish, you see very, very small footprints that are leading down south.
Well, that's not dwarf.
Oh, that's too small to be a dwarf. It's just about the right size to be a tiny little elemental.
I thought they flew. Was that just me?
They
making
can
things up?
fly. I mean, they don't have to though. They're playful. They're like sprites.
Wait. If we catch it, what do we keep it in?
I think you don't so much catch it as you do like get it interested in you and be like, here, follow us around.
We are society.
Exactly. Duck.
I duck.
Ah, I tricked ya.
So as you guys make your way south, up on the hill, you actually see you see three Twingas. I've got a handout here. And they're playing on top of the snow clearing here. They have a dinner plate with branches and pine cones arrayed on it, and it's placed between them. One Twinga is sitting at the edge of the plate, while the other two are moving a fork and knife as if they're cutting to eat the food. When you guys enter the clearing, they notice you. And the one that's not holding any of the cutlery, they start moving their hands, pretending like they're eating the food, and just looking at you.
pretend we don't see them and keep the snowball fight going. They'll join us, I think.
Wait, leave me out of this. I need to do something.
All right.
And I pull out the flattest rock I have in the sack of rocks I carry around for throwing at people.
Okay.
I'm going to be making a painting, basically. Magical tinkering, this one. And the image would be these chwingas having their picnic in the snow.
I take out a knucklehead trout sandwich, and I say in common, I guess, because I don't speak fairy. I don't think. Nope, don't speak fairy. Do you want some actual food for your dinner plate there?
They kind of look at you, and then they make like a waving gesture, and they continue to pretend to eat the pine cone and the branches.
I'll wave back.
I throw a snowball at Ilina. You gotta keep your
Make a ranged
guard up.
attack roll with advantage because she's not paying attention.
Still without the +1.
Does a 15 hit you?
Yes.
Perfect. So he hits you in the back of the head with the snowball. The Twingas all make like this breathy laughing sound.
I'm gonna get up and immediately try and throw a snowball back.
You miss horribly.
I'm going to walk towards the Twingas, and I'm going to take out some of my ritual candles from my, priest kit there, and I'm going to put them on the table if they don't run away before I get them.
They do not run away.
And then
as you reach into your pack to grab the candles, the two that are like with the fork and the knife, they stop what they're doing and they look at you. And the one who is just pretending to eat immediately goes to your bag and starts looking inside.
Son of a bitch. Well, too late now. I have the two candles in my hand. I'm going to put them on the table, and I guess I'm going to fish out my flint and whatever and light the candles. And I'm going to put my half-eaten fish sandwich on there as well. On the plate.
And all the Twingas decide to sit around the candles with you.
All right. I've befriended the local creatures, Pebble. Now what?
I don't know. What do we want from them again?
25 gold pieces, I think.
Yeah. Do I know what language they speak? Do they speak a language?
You can make an Arcana check.
Primordial seems like a likely suspect, or Sylvan.
They don't speak any language that you know.
Yeah, I mean, you play with them, I guess. I think we gotta keep them interested in us so that they follow us back.
Out of character, I do not recall what we were tasked with doing with these Twingas. We want to bring them back.
She literally asked us to, what was it? Charm them somehow, get them to follow us, and then bring them back to her.
That is a long trip.
It's also, I don't know how we're supposed to keep them preoccupied for that long.
Knucklehead sandwiches.
I don't think they eat.
Well, no, they don't eat them. They like them. I look at my knucklehead.
Is that what they're gravitating towards in your bag?
I don't know. Drock, how about some honey or milk? I hear fairies love that shit.
Do they?
I
Are
shrug.
you sure?
No.
At this point, attention has been brought to Drock, and one of the Twingas just kind of stops and stares at you.
I wave back.
And it walks up towards you and slowly starts beginning to climb you. Are you going to stop it?
He thinks
Does
you're
it
a
look like
mountain.
it's going for something of mine, or?
It does. It looks fascinated by your beard.
Okay, this is fine then.
So it climbs you. It makes its way all the way up to your shoulders, and it gets its face like inches away from your beard, and then it takes its hand and it grabs it, and then like runs its fingers through it, and then just stares at you.
Yeah, it looks like you made a friend.
He's got an appreciation for the best things in life.
Be careful. They're little tricksters. They might try to like cut it off.
Like a bird making a nest.
You wouldn't do that, would you, little Twinger?
It hops off of you and runs back to the dinner plate.
See. Well-mannered.
And then it grabs some of the leaves and stuff from the branches and starts trying to attach it to its chin. The first time it tries to get it like attached to the chin and it doesn't really do anything. So then they hold it up a little like tighter against their chin and it freezes to their chin. And then it just looks at you with a couple of leaves frozen to its chin.
I give it a thumbs up.
It's a little mini Drock.
It gives you a thumbs up as well.
So there was a Chwinga in my backpack. Can I put down my backpack and fish it out?
He wasn't in your backpack. He was looking in the backpack with you.
No. So he didn't take anything out?
Nope. He just wanted to see what was inside.
All right.
I use prestidigitation to make a small trinket in the shape of a dwarven beard. And I toss it to him.
To the one with the leaves attached to it?
Sure.
It like picks it up and looks at it a little bit and puts it on its face as well. Looks back at Drock, gives a thumbs up.
So
I give it 2.
Go ahead.
I give it 2 thumbs up.
So I'm gonna talk to the Chwingas in common. I don't expect them to understand me, but I'm just like talking slowly, like I'm talking to a child, and I'm like, so I don't suppose you've seen any people that look kind of like Drock, beards, but they're usually white and their skin's grayer, and they like this stone. I hold out a piece of the shard, whatever, the black ice, whatever. I hold up one of those smaller pieces, but whatever, and I hold up a small piece. I'm like, or any of this rock.
As soon as you hold up the black ice, the shard one, all of the Chwingas run towards a rock and disappear.
Yeah, that's about what I thought.
Oh no!
They went in a rock to disappear.
They went inside a rock. It looks like.
Put it up and see if they come back.
I found their home.
And then you just see like its eyes just kind of like pop out of the rock, and as soon as you put away the ice again, they come back out.
Right. That rock is very scary. Have you seen any of it around the local area? We want to remove it so you can explore more freely. I lie slightly.
They just nod at you a little bit.
Would you be willing to guide us to where you've seen it?
One of the Chwingas turns around and just makes like a gesture as if it's like everywhere.
All right. Have you seen any of it in conjunction with the white-beard dwarves? And I point to Drock.
They shake their head no.
All right. I stand up. I brush myself off. I leave the candles, and I walk 30 feet away. I'm like, all right, if you want to convince them to follow you, that's on you guys. I did what I came here for.
I mean, really, now that we're proper adventuring types, 25 gold is not so much that the lantern isn't just more valuable. Like finding elementals in general, that's pretty neat. Maybe we just keep it. Now we get to interact with Chwingas every now and again.
Well, there's also the fact that
Okay, that's an amazing picture.
the researchers thought they could help with the eternal cold problem by researching the Chwingas. If that was of any interest to you.
I mean, are they gonna torture the Chwingas though?
I assume the Chwingas would just leave if they were being tortured.
Yeah, probably.
The one on the right looks very murderous, though.
No, we do find ourselves at another issue, and I gesture towards the plate and cutlery. But don't. Is it possible that they are our thieves?
It is
Oh.
entirely possible.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that, but you could be right.
Windows
If so-
are very chaotic little creatures.
Where's the rest of the stuff?
We could look
At-
under the rock. I'll
that
walk
point-
over to the rock they hit under, and I'm just like gonna pick it up and look underneath it.
They just kind of stare at you and cock your head. There's nothing under there.
So I'm gonna talk to him again, I guess, since someone else wants to talk to him. Do you remember the big building? And I point. Presumably, they can see one of these big ass buildings across the lake is the end. I'm like, you remember the big building that you used to have a light on all the time? Do you know where that light is?
They just shake their head no.
Would you be interested in helping us find it?
It could be very fun. And I pick up a snowball and I hurl it at Pebble.
All three of the Twingas clap, and they all pick up snowballs, and they throw them at Pebble.
Hey, it's not fair.
See? Fun if you come with us.
Again, the
Throw
weird,
snowballs.
like, whispering laughter. When you mention again that they could go with you, two of them shake their heads, but the one with the beard kind of looks at Drock and then climbs onto his shoulder again.
Drunk does make a fine steed.
It's a shame this part doesn't have anyone who wants to go to Chult.
Well, I guess we just continue on.
Well, I'm assuming these aren't our thieves. I look at the twin. Can you guys see stuff that's invisible? Because we're looking for
Guys
some
would have an
invisible
awfully hard
doors.
time stealing anything bigger than the plate.
They just kind of look at you.
Yeah, I don't think they.
And
Go ahead.
they're not really sure what you're asking, but one of them nods.
Well, Drock, your guy's on invisible dwarf duty.
Okay. I don't know that he understands that, but do you understand that?
I look down at my shoulder.
He points forward as if to charge.
All right. Let's go. He needs a name. I don't have one for him yet, but we'll get there.
Chungus,
Chungus?
the humongous.
Chungus the humongous. Yes. It's a perfect name for the Twinga.
He kind of beats his chest.
All right, I guess we go back to the crossroad in town.
This is probably a good place to stop. Yeah, let's do that.
Righto.
Just because I know people like their bedtimes, and that is
I-
totally fine.
I do indeed.
So finding the Twingas is a good place to stop. We will start up next week with presumably you guys venturing to the market.
Do we?
Not yet, unfortunately.
You need to have a long rest to level up, Jimmy.
I just have to ask at the end of every session.
Fair.
It's one of those. So in this adventure, they have you level up really, really slowly, and I'm trying to find a good spot with level 3 because I know a lot of classes don't really come online until level 3. So I want to get you guys to level 3, and then the leveling is going to slow down a lot, at least for the next couple sessions. It's this weird thing where it's you don't really level up, and then you level up a whole bunch, and then you don't really level up for a really long time, and then you level up a bunch, and so I'm trying to find a happy medium. But soon, you will be level 3.
TM.
Soon TM, yes.
Although, are we actually impinging on their impugning on their trademark by using soon TM when they have it TM'd?
Maybe.
Anyway,
Just
that's a good.
change soon to sooner TM. And you're free.
Would you like soon R?
Or
In any case, I must go sleep because I'm so very tired.
Good night.
Your people need you.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
I too am off to sleep.
Akis, do you wish to play?
I suppose I could be convinced to do so after a short interlude.
Excellent. Then let's take like 10, 15.
Sure.
Warhammer? Okay. Well, guys, thanks for watching the stream. I'm gonna head off for the night, play some Warhammer afterwards. And I will see you guys, I guess tomorrow. There will not be a video in the morning, but there will be an Omni Factory stream in the evening. So watch as we continue to take everything down. Well, I guess we're more or less done taking stuff down now. But finish the takedown and continue to build new things. Like 255 simulation chambers. Hopefully it'll be a little bit less grindy and linky than that. I expect it'll get better. So yeah, thanks for dropping by, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Take care and good night, everyone.